voices inside my head. See voices behind the wall, uplifting the underdog. We fighting above the law.
Hello. Hey, Seth. Hey, Callie. Taco Tuesday. Hey, Mallory. Oh, okay. Well, what do we got? I have slow mode on, you guys. Slow chat, whatever. I don't remember what I put it on for. Hey, Cotton Candy Boobs. Christina, Sassy Girl. Hey, Bob. I saw your video. I think with Molly Golightly it was. Hey, Catalyn, Heather, Nay, Lou, Dalen, AC, Under Your Scars, Tallulah, Christina, Patriot Angel. So, you guys, this is going to be a long show. We have about 6 hours of shit to go through, and I don't really want to. We're just going to do it in one show. And if y'all need to watch it in sections, that's fine. Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not going to show my conversations with, how do you say his name? Atlan. I'm going to call him Alt because I can't really say his whole name. I don't know if I'm butchering it or what. And he probably is going to watch this because he's aware of my channel. He's aware of all of our channels, and I've tagged him in it as well. This video that I'm going to show you, I've played it on Totally Blunt, and it has been disappearing very quickly. He put it out about a year ago. It's very much like Isaac Cappy, and there is a lot that going through this video. I mean, there's so much stuff from Summerwell's case I can tie just to what he's saying. And then after we get through, because it's important to hear his message to understand why did I reach out to him over Summerwell's? Why am I talking to him? And I don't want you guys to forget, I've posted in my community posts, if you guys take a look quick back there, and actually maybe I can do it again really quick while we're live. Hold on. Let me see here. I believe, yep, I'm going to do it again right now. I'm posting. All right, so it'll be at the top now. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I've just created a community post again with the pictures to tie in Baltimore, aka Jody Sue Brown's baby daddy, to the Freemasons. Okay, the Kingsport Freemasons. I've put it back, but so you guys don't have to scroll through and try to find it, I've just right now reposted it to community post, so it'll be at the top of the community post for y'all to see. We are going to start playing through this, and I'm going to have a lot to say. There's going to be parts where I pause it, and you guys are even going to remember some of the interviews yourself. Jody Sue being in the creek to try and cover up her scent. Why? Candus, pretty much defending Baltimore, but I don't know if she really likes Jody Sue. So there's definitely ties there and buddies and things that Hunter said. We can tie that to everyone. Don said he come home, seen the neighbor out there, and knew Summer was gone. He never said what neighbor, though. And was it Jody Sue? I don't know. Jody Sue says Baltimore, Andy, Andrew, her baby daddy, her ex, whatever the fuck he is called. I never know what day he's being called what. So she said him and Don had gotten home about the same time, remember? She's also said he has threatened the other kids to say that he will do what happened to Summerwells or whatever is being said. You can almost tie what everyone says to this. Okay, so we're going to do some listening. But yeah, I've been talking to him. I thought it was almost like a year close, but it's probably more like half of that, I guess. Now it's long, and we may fast forward through some of it, but I think it's important. We gotta hear it. We gotta hear it. And also, it's disappearing, so I'm happy to put this on this platform. So his message is out there, which he has thanked me in the past for putting his videos out, so we don't have to worry about that. The only thing we will have to worry about is if YouTube has been taking down, the internet has been taking down his stuff. So, and you'll see why. So again, this is very long, you guys. Get your snacks, get some coffee, listen and watch. And I apologize ahead of time because I'm probably going to ruin one of your favorite stars when you start watching this. Your favorite celebrity is probably going to be exposed. I know almost all mine were in watching this. So quickly to explain, it's Altlin or Altiyan. Yeah, that's what it is. Altiyan Child. Now, he is a celebrity. He is considered A-list celebrity in Australia, which is his, do you say, native land? And he is a winner of the X Factor Australia. And he's well known in the States and also in Canada, if you guys research him. And he has been a part of the celebrity world in Hollywood. He has actually been somewhat in hiding for the last year. I know people would ask me a couple months ago, like, oh my God, is he okay because of Isaac Cappy's death and everything? He is, as of just a couple days ago, which was my last correspondence with him, he is okay. And he does say that he stays away from his loved ones and family to make sure that they are safe as well. He does exposing like Isaac Cappy has. Isaac Cappy showed some pretty disturbing Pizzagate photos and quick video clips. How do you say his name again? Altiyan talks about it and will show and expose your favorite celebrities, but he's not going to show like videos of like Pizzagate and children trafficking and stuff, but he gets into it. So again, this is really important to listen to. So we're going to start playing it. We're going to pause it and we'll make connections through the Summer Walls case to this. And when we go through it is when I will show you guys our correspondence that we've had privately, me and Altiyan. And again, I did send him some more stuff that he's probably taking his time. He's a very busy person, I'm sure, with being whatever he's doing. But I did send him a couple of the news clips, and also I know that by sending that he's doing his own research and looking, because I basically asked, can you put your feelers out in the dark world that you know and can maybe find anything out, so I've got his antennas out in that realm or Summer Realms. So, and it's very interesting because you're going to see after we go through his message, you're going to see who Altiyan Child, is worried about in the Summer Walls case and who stands out to him and why. So if you guys want to get to that, either you're going to tune in tomorrow and fast forward to the end of whatever amount of hours this stream will be, or you'll watch through until, we show it. So that's a little bit of a background for him. You can Google him, you can kind of know, but we're going to start this video because it's very, very long. Yes, Australian X Factor, yep. And yes, again, he is very well known celebrity, and so people want to hate why please don't email me either and tell me that your grandma or your grandpa is a Freemasons and that I'm wrong and that I don't do research and that I don't know what I'm talking about, because all my life, since like my first memories, I have been very much into the establishment, learning about cultism and stuff like that. So, and you're actually at Lynn, gets that question message to him, and he actually tells those people, like, don't come to me with that, because the whole point of secret society is it doesn't matter. Like, they're not going to tell you what they are a part of, because it is supposed to be secret, right? So your grandpa, if you think your grandpa is in the Freemasons, doesn't mean they're going to tell you everything. Or even if you're in the Freemasons, there's also a outside of people, and there's a core of people. So, and I don't even have to school everybody on this, because my friend is about to, with his own videos and own experience in Hollywood, in the darkness and everything. So just listen and get through it. Mm-hmm. Of course it did. Okay, the computer's been acting stupid today. So.
Oh, yeah, it's getting real bad. It took an hour just to get it to open up Windows.
Luckily, the new one should be here in like 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta heat up my tea. We're gonna go finish my joint. He's gonna try and get this up. No, I'm talking to him. He's gonna try and see if we can get that pulled up. I knew this was gonna happen, but we're gonna work with it. Even if I have to just play it from his phone so y'all hear what he's saying, that's what we'll do. Because I am tired of pushing this out. It's important to me. I've been excited to bring this to you guys. So we're gonna heat up my chai tea. I made a delicious chai tea. Let's see here. Let me turn. I do not look beautiful like I have for the last couple days, but let me get the camera. Settings, camera, front. Okay. Whoops. The crazy train can hear. Hey everyone. Okay, let's see what's happening in chat while we're getting this going. Damn computers, yes, but the good news is that the new computer is literally on the way here. But it was actually delayed. It should have been here yesterday, but I think like we went to Walmart today, and oh my god, you guys, the meat section was like bare as hell. Everything's like flying off the shelves. Kathy, Daisy White, hey Barbara, Tina, Janelle, Crazy Acres. How's your balls, Mr. Cher? He's feeling better. He slept a lot today, though. Hey, Andrea. Yeah, he slept a lot today. Didn't get a notification. Nothing serious started yet, so that's okay. Yeah. Ooh, no, it's too hot. Hey, Kimkins. I need the link to this guy's channel when you have a minute. He doesn't have a channel. I think he tried to start one like years ago, before being on the X Factor, and I think he's only got like 700 subs, but he doesn't go on his channel. He hasn't touched his channel in years. He's just got some of his music on there, but right now with what he's going through, he hasn't done any videos or like video interviews, recorded interviews, in at least in a year, about a year now. His last one was the 5-hour one we're going to show you, and that's been very quickly disappearing over the past, since he put it out, it's been very quickly disappearing. So, okay. Timmy, ayo! Dazed and confused. My dad was a Mason and he still won't tell me stuff. See? That's exactly. Shibby Mom. Is that a tank top under your sweater? No, it's just my little. It's just my bralette. Oh shit! I think he's getting it. Ooh, what's that say? Mm-hmm. All right, guys. He's getting it. He's working on it. I can see he popped up behind stage, so. Where it's cold. My uncle was a very evil man, 33rd degree grand postmaster. Yep. Wow. You laughed about me laughing at Mark all night. Oh God, I needed a laugh like that. My core kind of hurts from laughing so much, to be honest. It was so funny. When I came downstairs, because I peed my pants laughing. When I came back downstairs and I saw him in the bathroom down here, I saw him with just standing, no pants, no undies in the bathroom, just his t-shirt and socks on, holding his underwears on his balls. Oh man, I was dying.
So was I.
Yeah, no, I couldn't. As soon as I did, I peed my pants. That's why when he's like, she just ran upstairs and left me alone, it's because I had to go wash myself and put new pants on because I had to hold on to the table so I didn't fall. I was laughing as soon as he said, skin a little warm. And then he ran in the bathroom and he's hunched over in the bathroom. You guys, he's hunched in the bathroom. His balls is hanging out. He's holding his balls cupped with his wet underwear. Were they wet?
Yeah, I dust him with milk.
I missed that part. Okay, so he doused his boxers with milk and he is holding them on his balls. So he's in the bathroom in his socks, his tie-dye t-shirt, holding his milky drawers on his balls, and he's hunched over. It hurts so bad. It just hurts so bad.
Laugh it up, Chuckles.
I might pee my pants thinking about it.
Good.
Oh.
You ruin every pair of pants you have.
God, that was some funny shit, though. And then when he grabbed the expired yogurt and rubbed it on his balls.
That helped, by the way. That was good advice. I can't remember who said that, but thank you so much.
Somebody else that's had experience with genitals and icy hot knew, but they said put yogurt on your balls. It will stop it.
Yeah.
And actually, just like a couple hours before that, he showed me because I bought yogurt before I got my teeth done, and I didn't eat them because I was afraid to eat yogurt when I first got my teeth pulled because I didn't want bad, like moldy yogurt in my dentures. I couldn't take my dentures out. Anyway, he finally takes them out of the fridge and he sets them by the garbage can and take them outside. So they're expired by like several weeks.
Oh yeah.
And he grabs one of them. He runs over there. We got yogurt. Like that is expired.
I don't care.
No, wait. The best part is I actually found out more that happened last night because I took a sleeping pill. I had a very bad headache since I woke up yesterday. And so I took a sleeping pill last night and go to bed. Mr. Cher got so stoned. Y'all.
I ate half that ice cream cake.
He waited to, okay, so we're laying in bed. We're in bed and he comes up and he has a huge ass piece of cake again. So his second piece, and he takes like a third of the fucking cake last night for a second piece.
Mhm.
Apparently, I fell asleep from my medicine, and then he's still high as fuck and went and ate another piece of ice cream cake. And now that's all that's left of the ice cream cake. Like 2 pieces. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, that's all that's left of the ice cream cake. He ate almost an entire Dairy Queen 8-inch ice cream cake to himself last night. I was a kite in bed.
Yeah, it was a hell of a night.
So that was funny. All right, is that going to be able to pull up?
I don't know. I'll try.
Okay, let's try it. Because plan B is they won't see him. They'll just hear him because I'll play it from your phone, but I'd rather they see him. Oh, you can? Maybe? Okay. All right, we're gonna try this, you guys. We're gonna make this shit work.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you all something, and it's the most important thing I could ever say to you.
All right, guys, I'm gonna mute. Just listen. I'll pause it as needed.
I'm putting my very life on the line and the safety of my family.
Okay, hold on a second. Now it's frozen. Fuck. I'm not sure who the child is. I don't honestly think it's not any of hers. I think it's Robin's daughter, to be honest. She was traveling with someone. I think there was like a bottle of Bombay on the nightstand or something too. I don't know. Oh, it's not working. Okay, hold on. Oh. Yeah, I don't know who that kid is, and I don't think I mean, you are doomed. We're working on it, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I don't think people should be sharing around some little girl we don't know. I honestly do think it's Robin's daughter, but I also wouldn't be leaving my kids alone with her. So sure. I'm saying. Okay, guys. Just we're getting it. Sorry. Let's see here. What do we got here? We got some funky music. It's not letting me play the rock one. Oh. Yeah, don't worry. If it doesn't work on the computer, we're gonna do this a different way. You guys will hear it. There's gonna be pictures. So I guess I can just hold the phone up to the other phone if need be. But I'm really trying to. He probably shut it, like unplugged it for a minute, plug it back in and all that. Hopefully we can do this. I almost rescheduled till like Wednesday. But we aren't sure ever. Sometimes it will work for a little while. Like it worked for 3 hours doing the Tim Mullins, but then it started acting funny again. And Mama Linda, hey Lou, hey Dazed and Confused. Okay, so while we're waiting to see if we can get this to work, what kind of, do you guys have any questions? Want me to answer? Seen this video twice. He's great. He's such, like his, even just through emailing, really, he is so sweet. Like even just to take the time and talk to me, and like his messages are, as you guys will see, are they're very kind. He puts a lot of time into the messages too. He's not he's not afraid to explain things, or any question I have, he answers, and will tell me like, well, why, and explain it really well. So I really do appreciate him, because he's got a lot on his plate, but he does take the time to discuss things with me. And so he says it's important to get the message out there, and I totally agree. And I think you heard the very beginning of the video before it even froze. He said he's started speaking out with full acknowledgement. I don't know if that's the right word, but he fully is prepared for what could happen for speaking out. So, but he thought it was important. You see in the videos too, he's always got his windows covered and like everything. So, yeah, and since he's spoken out, he isn't quite in the, well, of course, right? He isn't quite in the celeb status he used to be. White Rabbit, I watched you clean your fridge today, and it was soothing. I was laying in bed watching you clean. It was joyous. And just just to put it to rest, because I've had a few comments today and a few private messages. I have spoken with Jay, and everything is fine there. Don't need to be dragging her or anything like that. And I think there was just a huge misunderstanding. And in the true crime realm, it is, you see it from me, and I say it all the time. It is you get jaded from people. One minute you're friends with someone, and then they're stabbing you in the back, and that's happened time and time again. But there was a huge misunderstanding. You pair that with people going through personal things in their life, and then you pair that with just the drama in the community, having 100 different people in your head and in your messages, and it's a recipe for disaster sometimes. But everything's good, so we're fine. There's no dragging a Jay for justice. There's no beef there, nothing. So just, and that's all I'm gonna say on it. That it doesn't need to continuously be talked about, dragged out, or anything. So don't think that because what happened the other night. I'm actually gonna go back and edit that part out of my live stream. I just thought about that right now. So I'm gonna. It's just like, it's not necessary, but just because that happened, I know some of y'all have been taking the chance to try and be nasty towards Jay, and maybe, because that might steer me, or they are expecting something bad to happen. You wanted to rip us apart even more, and that's not the case here. So, yeah, she's still a mod on my channel. I did unmod her for 24 hours, but she's back, and she reached out, and it's all fine. So don't try to use that mishap on trying to cause a bigger rift, because it won't work. It's just it's not gonna happen. So and she feels horrible too, you guys. I feel horrible, she feels horrible, so please don't dog her. I think my name got confused, and I got confused, so now I'm super confused. Yeah. Misery Loves Company. That was a good show last night, wasn't it? Yep, exactly, Heather. There's no reason for it, and shit happens, so it's very easy. Trust me, I get jaded of everybody on YouTube, and yeah. Hey, Mama B. Hey, Terry. Happy to catch a live. Yeah, we're trying to make it work here. But it's snowing. Ew, that's gross, Kelly. It was so fun. There was, and I hope they come back. I have a special message for the White Rabbit channel that I've had to call on some superpower for. So it's gonna be a little while, but I think there's gonna be a special appearance with a special message for the White Rabbit channel soon. Oh, what was that? What did my daughter say? Oh, my kids are crazy. Okay. Yeah, we don't want any more snow either around here. It just started to warm up a little bit. Some of it's melting. Let's go see what's going on. Superman, thank you. They said if it ever happens again and you're too stoned to sleep, to just please start a live stream and go live.
I've literally been trying this whole time just to get the computer to boot up again.
Just unplug it for like 5 minutes.
I did it. It's just getting worse and worse every time.
All right, give me your phone.
You stole my phone.
Just unplug it again for a little bit. We'll try it again. I'm gonna just start playing it though. All right, we're not gonna just wait for that pumpkin drunk. We're gonna just start playing it. And I'm sorry. Will you bring that long charger down, babe? Thank you. So we're gonna start playing it. Let me just get the phones ready. I'm so sorry that it has to be this way, but I do not want to end this and wait until the computer's here. Unless that's all what you guys want to do. It's up to you. Do you want to work our way through it and continue this on, or do you want this to be rescheduled until the computer's here? It'd probably be by the weekend again, because it was supposed to be here yesterday or 2 days ago, and it's stuck in transit because of truckers. Keep going, keep going. Okay. We'll try the computer again. Yeah, there's tracking. Let's go get started. Okay. Yeah, there's tracking on it, but it's delayed, right? Or whatever.
Yeah, apparently there was severe weather, but I think it was because of the convoy.
The convoy. Keep
Apparently
going.
it's coming tomorrow.
Play it now. Well, we may do this. We may do this again. We'll go through it like this, and we're gonna try the computer in a little bit again and see if we can pull it up. But let's start. I think we can listen to at least start listening. Well, that gets work done. All right, I'm just sorry. I'm plugging in here so it doesn't die. And then if we have to do this again when we get the new computer where we pull it up, that's fine, because the more we have it out, the better. Because like I said, it quickly disappears anyways.
I need to tell you all something, and it's the most important thing I could ever say to you. In a little while, you'll know for certain that
Okay, 1 second. Let me find where I need. I wish we had a speaker. Something. Okay. All right, this will lift it up closer. Okay, I'm gonna turn this up. All right, so turn your guys' volumes up. I'm gonna play this through the phones, which kind of, I don't think it's the best sound quality, but we're gonna make it work. All right, here we go. Turn your volume up, guys. Here we go.
that I'm putting my very life on the line and the safety of my family. Well, I need to tell you all something, and it's the most important thing I could ever say to you. In a little while, you'll know for certain that I'm putting my very life on the line and the safety of my family by sharing this with you. So I hope that buys me at least a few minutes of your precious time. If this video is taken down, it wasn't taken down by me, all right?
Or me.
Now, I'm partly doing this to wash your blood off my hands, because God saved my life on a midnight highway one fateful night for this very cause. And He's watching, as He clearly proved that night. See, I should be dead.
Oh, I just got an idea. Okay, hold up.
Remember last time we played on the TV?
That's what I just thought. Yep. Hold on, you guys.
Hold up.
Oh my gosh. We just had a brilliant idea. You guys will be able to see it. We had it at the same time because we're He just pushed me up the stairs. Sheesh. All right, here. You
Got her.
just push my butt. When we go up the stairs, we hold each other's butts.
Yeah, we do. And I pushed too hard and she fell right at the top of the stairs. That's a little payback for yesterday.
You asked for yesterday.
You didn't have to enjoy it as much as you did.
I can't help what I find funny.
Yes, psycho. So yeah, I am definitely
All right,
doing
hold this up
better
on the-
now.
On the TV, would you?
Okay, pull this up on the TV, would you?
I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, get down on me. I know. Can I use your bed for a minute? I'm sorry. He's like, what are you doing, Mom? You guys, that was the weirdest thing. Holy shit. They're trying to silence us. Okay. We're gonna do here.
Ready?
Yeah, well, you gotta turn it up. Hold on. I think I got it. Something.
Just set it up a little higher.
Yeah. Hold on, you guys. We're getting this. Oh. No, not a pillow. Yeah. Aha. Y'all, we're making this work. Okay. Okay.
I need to tell you all something, and it's the most important thing I could ever say to you. In a little while, you'll know for certain that I'm putting my very life on the line and the safety of my family
This way.
by sharing this with you. So I hope that that buys me at least a few minutes of your precious time. If this video is taken down, it wasn't taken down by me, all right?
Can you hear good?
Now, I'm partly doing this to wash your blood off my hands because God
Okay.
saved my life on a midnight highway one fateful night for this very cause. And He's watching, as He clearly proved that night. See, I should be dead. My sleeping driver was hurling us toward a concrete wall at 100 kilometers an hour
Okay, good.
when an angel of God was sent to wake me up
Guys,
from a
stop.
deep sleep with just a whisper. and just in time. And for what? Not so I could win X Factor or buy that dream Porsche or marry that dream girl, but for this, for these words, for this moment, so I can tell you something, so I can warn you about something. Nothing could be more important than this. So cancel that movie you want to watch, skip that gym session. Don't scroll down to the next post. Just stay with me. Stay with me. Now, don't worry about the quality of the video or the audio.
Yeah.
Just focus on the content.
Just focus
Listen
on the
to my
content.
voice and trust your eyes. Most of you won't care for the shocking thing I'm about to expose to you because no one cares. No one cares. Not my exes, former friends, former bandmates, work colleagues, parents, family members, strangers. No one cares. But still, I'm doing all this for one person. One single human being out there. God is calling you, and he's looking for the last ones before the storm. And if you think you know where I'm going with this, please keep watching, because the most important part of this video comes at the end. Now, everything you're about to hear is a fact, and I'll prove it to you. I will leave no room for doubt. And nothing can stop what's coming. So this isn't a call for an uprising, boycott, protest. No. The Titanic is sinking, and it's unstoppable. All I'm going to do is point you to the life raft. And if you want to ignore me, then fine, proceed at your own peril. God knows I'm trying. If you want to mock me, then at least share the video. Let others mock me too. Tell your friends. Check this freak out. Anything to help me reach someone who has eyes to see and ears to hear. And like I said, in a few minutes, you'll know why my well-being is in danger, and that of my loved ones too. Now let me ask you something real quick. Who do you think, generally speaking, runs the world? What type of people are the leaders of our countries and corporations? And the rich and the famous too. I mean, like, are they Christians? Do Christians run the world? Well, no, of course not. Buddhists? No. Do Muslims run the world? No. What about atheists? It's got to be atheists, right? Because we've come such a long way as a society. And atheism is the rational state of mind for the modern type of person, right? No. What about a mixture of people? Different types of people run the world. Let me tell you something. All the leaders from Africa to Europe to the Middle East, Israel, Syria, Iran, all the way to the Americas, all these people, and we'll get to the celebrities in a second. They're not atheists, Buddhists, or Muslims. No. What if I told you that they all belong to the same religion, a secret religion, one that none of them are allowed to talk about,
A few months ago, Mr.
one that
President.
you should worry about because it affects you beyond belief in ways that you never imagined. Before I tell you what this worldwide secret religion thinks of you and plans to do to you, let me tell you what this religion is. And how do I know about this religion? Because I used to belong to it. And today I'm renouncing it publicly, breaking my oath of silence, which they imposed upon me and every single other member during ceremonies under the penalty of death. That's why my life is in danger. Every person you're about to see has taken the same oath as I did, over and over, no matter where on earth they're from, including Scott Morrison, your Prime Minister and mine. But see, I was plucked from it, saved from its camouflaged clamps, from its extravagant deception and its spiritual corpse by none other than God Almighty. No one else is going to tell you this. Not your favorite singer or politician, who more than likely also belong to this hidden religion. Nowhere will they speak because they love it. They love their lives. They love their success, the money, the worship they receive. And then there are those who have left but have never broken their oath out of fear. Trust me, you don't know who you're messing with here. The few that have spoken out, well, they lost everything. Or either their reputations and livelihoods are threatened or destroyed, or they're framed for a crime and end up in jail. or they're murdered and made to look like an accident or suicide. Now, just for the record, the God that saved me, which God was that? Jesus Christ, of course, the one and only. And he is the only one they hate, along with his disciples. So I'm invincible until he's done with me. That's why I don't fear him. Now, please don't let the name of Jesus scare you off just yet. Because if you're an atheist, you're especially going to want to hear this. Christians and atheists are the most pathetic bunch in the eyes of this ancient religion, the one that rules them all. And I'm only going to show you the tip of the iceberg. And just like an iceberg, the full body of this secret religion continues down past the line of sight, beneath the ocean. It widens in mass and scope until it continues further into the depths, into ever-increasing darkness and invisibility, until it reaches its foundations, which is firmly established in thick blackness, completely unimaginable and not perceived at all to those who only ever get to see its tip peeking out of the ocean top, including most of its members. At least 75%, 80%. And unless you're a member of this religion and this secret society, as they call it, you won't be granted access to the world stage or of a position of influence. It's become a prerequisite for success now. Now that they've gained pretty much full control and their members own every place of prominence and power. So brace yourself for the truth that has been hiding in plain sight every day of your life, and for the mind-blowing, out-of-this-world climax to this video. Now look at this. There's a few different ways they display their allegiance. They don't do it often, and some don't do it at all. But most of them can't help themselves, because when they do it in public, it's a hidden statement. And that statement gives them a lot of satisfaction. The celebrities usually cover one eye, or hide it in some way, and obscure it, or emphasize it like this. Or they close one eye, or peek through it, through this hand gesture. All to highlight one single eye. It's called the all-seeing eye. Other times they'll just display a drawn eye somewhere, or a tattoo of it. The other method they use is what's commonly known as the hidden hand. Here, for example, River Phoenix is doing both, the hidden hand and the all-seeing eye. So you can see the direct connection between the two. But in the political world, usually it's done with the hidden hand. And of course, this. That's a secret handshake for the members of this secret one-eyed religion. We'll start with Scott Morrison here, hidden in plain sight as usual, for everyone to not see as usual. Look at the handshake. I was taught this very handshake, or grip as they call it, during my time in this great school of deception. Here's a picture of a normal handshake.
I want to show you.
And here's the secret handshake.
I want to show you guys something quick. Can I see your phone here? All right, hold on. Just 1 second. Whoops. Shoot. Okay. I'll have to look that one up. Okay, hold on. This here, just for those who didn't see the community post, this is Andy, aka Baltimore, aka Jody Sue Baby Daddy, aka Jody Sue X, whatever. Okay. Do you see? Do you see Kingsport? 688 Kingsport Lodge. I just think that's weird. The 88 on her jersey. Lamb. Subliminal messages, guys, if you believe in that. Welcome to the crazy train. Family. Choo-choo! Welcome. So that's Jody Sue's baby daddy. So there's a reason why I am doing this today. And then one other thing I want to show you. Like, where's Google? Okay, hold on. I hate when I use his phone. Okay. What's it called? Okay, so I've shown you guys before. So I'm going to show you this here. Now, this is the Dollywood founder of the Mystery Children's Book Foundation, okay, with one of the head the FBI, this is Knoxville Dollywood Foundation guy. His name happens to be right there. His name is David Dotson. FBI agent. Check it out, people. Okay, so this is Dollywood Foundation. Now I've just shown you Dollywood, Tennessee, FBI. We got the pictures I just showed you of Andy, aka Baltimore, aka Jody Sue, baby daddy. Which again, one more time, I will show that to you. Kingsport 688 Lodge. There is Andy, aka Baltimore, aka Jody Sue Brown, baby daddy. Okay, I'm not fucking all the way crazy here, all right? 88, jersey, the Lamb. His name, the player's last name, Lamb. Okay. Catch what I'm trying to put down here? Now, I in no way can tie that David Dotson or the FBI agent in the photo with him from the Dollywood David Dotson to Summer Wall's case. I'm just letting you know that it absolutely exists in that area, okay? Like, I'm not, I mean, I know I'm crazy, but I'm not all the way. Like, I think it's important. I think it's, okay. Oh, it's the best I can with no computer right now. Okay, so I'm going to continue this on.
Normal, secret. Now here's Scott Morrison with Daniel Andrews. Normal handshake, secret handshake. All of them are sworn to secrecy under the penalty of death. And remember, I'll prove it to you very soon. Here's sworn Prime Minister John Howard giving the secret handshake, and Kevin Rudd bowing down to this bloke in front of Julia Gillard. All of them are members of the religion. And Tony Abbott, you'll see in a second, and he's Julia again. Now, I once heard Julia being asked in a brief interview on TV while she was the Prime Minister. The interviewer asked her, "What religion are you?" My ears pricked up as I was eating breakfast and I froze to hear the answer. And she actually said, with a sinister smirk, "I'm a member of a secret society. Next question, please." And what happened? Nothing. No one cared. No one cared that the person who represents them just confessed that she's a member of a secret society, when the Australian society is at large the only society that should matter. And why is it a secret in the first place? I'll show you. Very soon you'll know their beliefs, and you'll know their master plan, and you'll know why they take such extreme precautions with such hideous oaths of silence under the unbelievable penalties, including death, to stay hidden from the public. So what's the name of this religion? Well, I'll tell you right now. But keep in mind, the magic word you're about to hear only hides the true religion inside of itself. That's how it's secretly flourished to spread like a cancer around the world. It's a religion within a fraternity. The name of the international fraternity, the one that camouflages, conceals, and cloaks the secret religion inside it, is this: Freemasonry. This is their official symbol, the square and compass. Sometimes with a G in the middle, and sometimes with the eye, the all-seeing eye. This is the same eye that these people are referring to. That's where it comes from. The eye is sometimes placed in a triangle, and that's where this comes from, the eye in the triangle. Here's Chris Angel doing it, standing also next to a mate with a square compass shirt on. Not a coincidence. This is not something Jay-Z invented.
Right.
This is the religion Jay-Z belongs to, and proudly, as you're about to see. The Freemasons also place the eye at the top of a pyramid because the Egyptian pyramid is integral to their secret system. Here it is on Chris Angel's shirt and Madonna's jacket. That's a Masonic symbol. The Freemasons are sometimes called the Masons for short. It'll all come together and make sense really soon. Here it is hidden in plain.
Next, we'll tie in Chris Watts, Nicole Kessinger, and Daddy Kessinger into this mix.
This side at the Australian MTV Awards. And this is the MTV headquarters, by the way. Trust me, there's no doubting this. Here's the same eye in a pyramid on a Crowded House logo. Yes, initiated Freemasons. Here's the eye on the Harbour Bridge for a New Year's Eve gig. And I wonder what that eye could be referring to. So what's the connection? The religion is the connection, the secret religion. And you'll see. Prepare yourself for an incredible revelation and the amazing climax that comes at the end of this video.
The amazing
Now, this
climax.
is where the Freemasons are counting on you to lose interest, or roll your eyes and move on. Because in their beliefs, the uninitiated, meaning you, are ignorant and stupid compared to them. You're technically called the vulgar and the profane. Please prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. And stay with me just a little longer. Now, the secret identity of this one eye lies in the heart of this religion that lives, breathes, feeds, and grows deep inside of Freemasonry. And Freemasonry camouflages it very successfully. So it goes undetected and undisturbed until it ultimately fulfills a thing called the great work. That's what they call it. And they will succeed very shortly. Nothing can stop it now.
Thank you, Bree.
And I think some of you can sense that something's coming. And who do we trust more than anyone in the world right now? This bloke. And there he is, giving the sign of the hidden hand in front of the whole world.
Dr. COVID.
The hidden hand sign is technically called the sign of the master of the second veil in Freemasonry. Veil, get it? Meaning hidden. Now, am I saying that this thing that's happening in the world isn't real? No. I'm saying this. Spoken like a true Freemason. And do you remember this guy?
A safe place and a response. We must treat this new world order, this new world of COVID. We must treat this new world of COVID even in our own homes.
So what is this new world order that he accidentally mentioned? It's common language in Freemasonry, and it has been for a long time.
Okay, to pause it again, sorry. How easily New World Order flew out his mouth by mistake reminds me of how something so flowing out of Candus's mouth was, I'm sorry, Kim, I'm not following the script, okay? It's the same thing. It's because you're used to saying these words, like your brain knows it. It's at the top of your mind, at the tip of your tongue for a reason. You see? That man just said New World Order and tried to correct himself on a live fucking press conference, but there is no going back from that. And that reminds me a lot. So that's because he was talking about it. It's at the tip of his mind, the tip of his tongue, you guys.
For at least this long, since the US $1 bill, hidden in plain sight, complete with the pyramid in the eye. It's the ultimate goal of this religion.
Please don't.
And I'll show you what the great work is at any cost.
Please don't talk like that about him. You're open to your opinions. That is fine. But on this platform, we are respectful to him. And I'm proud of him for speaking out. Again, I've been in contact with him and he's been very, very kind to me. There will be nothing like that. So I did just time you out. Please don't say the comment again. We understand where you're coming from. That's it. Or I'll block if people are going to be nasty about him. He's being very brave.
And Australia, like every
Alicia.
other country, is now up to its neck in this pyramidal, one-eyed occult religion. You think there's nothing hidden on our own money? What about this shut-up bloke? Who's he hiding in the background? Well, these numbers right here will tell you.
Yes, White Rabbit. Currently,
And I'll show
he
you
is
that
okay
too.
and safe and somewhere safe.
Did you know there's a giant pyramid in Australia? You want to see it? Sitting right at the center of Australian power?
Me too, Glitter Queen.
Look closely, because you'll miss it. Because that's the way they designed it. There it is. Hang on. Do you see it yet? And what about now?
What about you?
That is the frame of an Egyptian pyramid, which we can now firmly call a Masonic pyramid, complete with a missing capstone. And if you're still in doubt that you're looking at a pyramid, there you go. A perfect to-scale pyramid hiding out of sight inside the giant frame that surrounds it. This is going to be so unbelievable to you that you probably won't believe it. Or if you're that far gone, if you really have lost touch with your own soul, you won't care. And you'll miss the opportunity to have your own eyes open first to the worst news and then to the best news you could ever wish for on this godforsaken planet in which you're destined to lose everything you have and everything you love until eventually you lose yourself. We have to establish what this religion that's hiding inside of Freemasonry actually is, and we will. And it's shocking, but it's reality. The symbol of the Freemasons itself is not what it seems. It's a squaring compass on the surface, but it conceals something that'll become obvious when I show you. But before we uncloak Freemasonry to see its true nature, its ugly face and its shameful nakedness, because I gave you my word that I'm going to prove it to you. This is the oath they have to take. This is the oath that I took. And your favorite actors and singers, just about all your heroes, just about, even some of your relatives, who probably have no idea what Freemasonry is or was and why they took such gruesome oaths.
Are you serious?
So for those who are going to say, my grandfather was a Freemason, he was a great bloke, or don't the Freemasons run that retirement home? Just wait. Because I'm talking to Freemasons here as well. And don't you worry, they're going to come out of the woodworks. But they're all under the oath of secrecy. Don't forget that, no matter who they are. Adele, Neil Finn, Chris Angel, or Scott Morrison. The oath comes first. And here it is. This is taken from an official Masonic publication, not intended for the public. This is Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry. In brief, I, of my own free will and accord, do hereby promise and swear that I will never reveal any of the secrets, arts, parts, point, or points of the Master Mason's degree to any person or persons whomsoever. This I solemnly, sincerely promise and swear, under no less penalty than having my body severed in two, my bowels taken out and burnt to ashes, so no more remembrance be had of so vile and wicked a wretch as I, should I ever violate my Master Mason's obligation. So now you know what they think of me. I'm a vile and wicked wretch for breaking my oath. So how can anyone ever trust a Freemason when he speaks of that Freemasonry? unless you're speaking to a rare breed like me. Never reveal any parts, not even a single point, to anyone. Here's another penalty from another degree, this time from Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, a legitimate Masonic publication for instructing and laying out the ritual. Binding myself under no less penalty than having my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea. These are the penalties they swear to. And yes, the lodge has penal authority to execute. This is how they look when they're initiated. They have to remove all their clothing and jewelry, including wedding rings, crucifixes, the most meaningful things to them, no matter what. They have to go because complete allegiance to the society is required. You're blindfolded at every initiation because you symbolize someone who lives in utter darkness before you receive the light of Freemasonry. And that light will become so obvious to you in a bit. The secret that is being unveiled by incremental degrees to the candidates in the lodge is staring us in the face in daily life. And that truth is pretty scary if all you know and all you have is this world. But they know much more than that. At one point, when the blindfold comes off, this is what you're surrounded by. Blokes dressed like this, holding swords to your face. And that's nothing compared to what comes later. So your own wife or daughter don't qualify for discussion in these matters unless they too are initiated to the same level as you. So please don't tell me that your grandfather or your neighbor is a Freemason and that there's nothing wrong with Freemasonry. How would you know when they're under oath never to reveal anything to anyone? The whole successful system is constructed by the art of lying to the public and to their own members of lower degrees. And we trust these people. Now here are the illustrations for the signs and handshakes. And you only receive them after the oath has been taken. This is the sign you do upon entering and exiting the ritual room while facing the Grand Master. It stands for throat slit. And it goes like this. A continual reminder of where you are and what awaits you if you have a change of heart or rebellious spirit. And here you have the illustrations of the secret handshakes. Look familiar? And this is the sign of the Master of the Second Veil. See? Purely Masonic. You don't pick this stuff up off the street. Now, this is how it's generally executed in the public arena. Sneaky, sneaky, huh?
Sneaky, sneaky.
So when you see this, or this, you know for certain where it comes from and who they belong to. Look at Kramer on the front page of the privately circulated Freemason magazine. Officially Mason, like fellow brother Tony Abbott. And he's doing this. That's a direct link to the mysterious all-seeing eye of Freemasonry.
Why is this not working?
There it is on the walls of the inside of a lodge room. So there's no reason to doubt that those who do this belong to this.
There.
This is another sign they do quite prominently. It's the sign of silence. This is from Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry again. A finger over the lips.
I know
Now, these
what you're
signs
all
are slightly
thinking.
morphed over time, so covering the mouth in a variety of ways is the expression of being bound to secrecy and silence. Silence or death, as Little
Yeah,
Wayne
got
is
it.
portraying. Here's the oath of a second degree Freemason on page 21 of Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry. Binding myself under no less penalty than having my left breast torn open and my heart and vitals taken out, thrown over my left shoulder, should I willfully transgress any part of this my solemn oath. In this degree, the penalty is to have your whole body dissected, bowels removed and heart cut into pieces and thrown into a field where you are eaten by animals, all to protect the secret religion of the rich, powerful, and famous. In the Knights Templar degree, the penalty is to have your head cut off. Listen to this penalty. And this one has happened throughout history more than any other because it works so well without having to resort to death or the threat of death. And it's easier to execute. Now, this applies to all areas of industry. It's done through the ruining of your reputation by fellow Freemasons, pointing it out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interests, making life very hard for you, by deranging his business, by transferring his character wherever he may go, and by exposing him to the contempt of the whole fraternity, the secret society, and the world. Wow. How many people do you think they've threatened, ruined, framed, cheated, and utterly destroyed to protect their secret religion? And in case you think the Masonic Lodge hasn't got the authority over the initiates, especially the ones in the high degrees, this is from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Under mandate, the orders and decrees of the Grand Master or of the Grand Lodge are called mandates, and implicit obedience to them is a Masonic obligation. And in Sickles' monitor of Freemasonry, you plainly see they have a right to kill. A lodge has a right to exercise penal authority over its members, exercise the penalties. So don't let a Mason tell you, oh no, that's just symbolic, the oath. Their laws are above the law of the land, and the proof are the oaths themselves. Because in normal society, you can't ask someone to accept having their throat slit as a penalty in order to be a member of any club or workplace. Unheard of. But not in Freemasonry, not in the secret society world. I told you, you don't know who you're dealing with and what's coming for us all. Here's what they think of the public. Here in speaking to the candidate, it's stated that have a care not to defile the sanctuary by a spirit of curiosity, meaning don't try to join us just for fun. And take care not to increase the number of the vulgar and profane, meaning don't invite too many outsiders to join because they're vulgar and they're profane. This is more or less an invitation only fraternity. Here from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry again, written for Masons only and written by 33rd degree Masonic legend Albert Mackey, stating the same thing. Masonic definition of profane. One who is ignorant of the sacred rites of Freemasonry. One who is not allowed to enter the temple and behold the mysteries. And here, being uninitiated. That's the world at large. And here from this old ritual book written by the same legendary author, in the 33rd degree initiation, the Mason drinks wine from a human skull, which has been the cause for a few to leave Masonry, because they wonder, whose skull is this? In the 30th degree, part of the ritual involves stabbing skulls. Illustrated right here. The process of submitting the member further and further involves things like this. See, the candidate who's seeking admission into the next degree to receive more light has to be humiliated and intimidated. This guy here has his foot on the candidate's head. This is what our celebrities and politicians and the most prominent members of our society have done and continue to do. No one is exempt from this. And this is the intimidating and frightening path that you must take that binds you to the secret society before you are revealed the true beliefs of the religion. So can you see the risks I'm taking? You have to stay till the end. Don't let me down. Don't let yourself down or your fellow man. Believe me, it'll be worth it. Now here's one of the three greatest Freemasons of all time, who actually helped construct the 33 degrees or rituals of modern Freemasonry, Albert Pike. A hideous man with a deeply complicated mind, and one who will soon help you to see who they really are.
Yep, for fame, money.
This is how important he is to Freemasonry. He's buried here in the house of the temple, a Washington Masonic Lodge, just around the corner from the White House. He was called the Grand Commander, Sovereign Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, a giant of this secret society. the only Confederate general who has his own statue. And who were the Confederates? The dudes that fought for slavery, not against it, defeated by Abraham Lincoln, who was surrounded by these Freemasons and who was assassinated by this one, John Wilkes Booth, doing the same sign of the Master of the Second Veil. A Freemason assassinated Abraham Lincoln. Undisputable. When you
Also, little FYI, look into why JFK was assassinated as well, because like Trump, they wouldn't sign a secret society, and Trump has talked about that there is a club or group that people have not welcomed him into. Remember that? Do you remember him talking about that? Why was JFK assassinated? Look into it because it ties to this too.
have the eyes to see. Now, Albert Pike writes in his colossal
Yeah,
work,
he went there.
which some refer to as the Bible of Freemasonry, called Morals and Dogma. And on page 113, he says, what can there be in common between the vile multitudes and the sublime wisdom? That's what Freemasons possess, sublime wisdom. That's what their secret is. It's sublime. The secret I'll reveal to you.
I've been to Moose Lodge a few
Now,
times.
just quickly, here's Freemason Kanye West. Here he's giving the Masonic grip to his brother Mason Jay-Z. Look at the lapel he's wearing in this picture. It's the same double-headed eagle as on the front cover of the so-called Bible of Freemasonry, Morals and Dogma, written by the Grand Commander Sovereign Pontiff of the religion that Kanye and Jay-Z had been sworn into, and thus granted access to international success. His Christian conversion isn't what it seems, and you'll soon see what job he has to do. Now look at what else Freemasonry thinks of the uninitiated, from the words of the Grand Commander himself. The truth must be kept secret, and the masses need a teaching proportioned to their imperfect reason. I hope you're listening, because we're about to get going here. These truths were covered from the common people, as with a veil. There's that veil again. And the mysteries were carried into every country. Freemasonry was secretly imported from the East into the whole world to weave its web in the darkness to increase and advance its agenda. The sages, meaning the enlightened ones, always had an esoteric creed, unknown to the vulgar. And here he says, to the end that the vulgar heard, seeing might not see anything, and hearing might comprehend nothing. Are they right? Am I wasting my time laying it all down for nothing because they know you so well? Your favorite celebrity and politician's secret religion is beyond the reach of the vulgar. Vulgar is what you are to them. He won't tell you. She won't tell you. And they won't tell you. Because the other obscene penalties from the rituals of Freemasonry include having your ear and hand chopped off, or both hands, being hung in your own home, and my personal favourite, having the top of your skull cut off so your brain is cooked in the sun. Now, can you imagine what they're hiding? And then the ritual monitor goes on to illustrate the same secret handshakes and signs. Hidden hand, sign of silence. These people mocking us, sometimes to our face with their symbolism, while we respect them, admire them, and sometimes even love them and idolize them. All of them partaking in the same initiation rituals. To belong to the secret society, a prerequisite for success. To belong to the religion that gives you everything you want, everything your heart desires. While the Gospels teach accurately that the heart is wicked. Now here is a practical example of how Freemasonry comes first, even above the title of president. Here's a portrait of George Washington doing the sign of the Master of the Second Veil, and here, Freemason, before and above president. And if you think that's just by chance that they put the word Freemason above president, then here, read this genuine quote from Harry Truman. This should tell you how deep the consequences of Masonic initiation go and what lies deep within. It's Freemasonry above everything else. There's the Queen showing her allegiance.
It's in
over
the
and over.
description.
And here's the Queen leaving a very special hospital with a very special nurse. And this was the Queen's father, fully dressed in his Masonic regalia, and that God-forsaken apron they wear, which also hides something, just like the square and compass. In fact, what the apron hides is what the square and compass really represents. And it's staring you right in the face. Can you see it yet? Prince Charles, handshake, hidden hand. Prince Harry, Prince William. And here is the Grand Master of English Freemasonry, Prince Edward, also in full gear. What a lovely looking chap. And now he's giving the Masonic grip in front of this stone that was placed there to memorialize his visit to Cape Town Lodge. And what about this guy? Prince Philip, husband of the Queen. Do you remember him saying this? Yeah. And here's the article in case you think he did initiate a member. Do you slowly see what the Masonic mindset is? We are beneath them. And the craziest thing is, if they can turn you into what they think of you, then you deserve what's coming. It's a natural law. It's the law of nature. And I'll soon show you their real Bible, for lack of a better term, which justifies it all, and the one which guides their morals. And it makes a lot of sense, because the power of the deceptive phenomenon of Freemasonry lies in the fact that it contains real truth, intertwined with untruth. Now, this actual book that guides their morals and plans, it isn't written by hand, and it's been around longer than the Bible. So they think it's purer, sublime as they call it. And it's the foundation on which the religion is built upon. And that Bible, so-called, that unwritten Bible, is the key to unlocking its secrets. I'm going to hand you that key. And it's all going to come together like a flood. So they're going to own it all by their own words and actions. And they're going to introduce us to a new system of life, but only after a number of shocking events take place, which I'm so close to telling you about. But first, I have to tell you the name of the secret religion and the identity of the I. Now, for the few of you that think of hospitals and charities and nursing homes when you hear the word Freemason, a word which I soon hope to never speak again after this video. Well, it's a front, a cover story, and like everything else in this presentation, I'm going to show you. This too is for the poor Freemasons that are going to have the call to make an appearance in the comments section, trying to defend their beloved fraternity. This is 33rd degree Freemason Manly Hall, who was named Freemason of the Century by the Scottish Rite Journal in 1990. And you'd be surprised how many Masons haven't heard of him, because they don't bother entering the Masonic library and searching out the mysteries themselves. These same Masons think they know something, and they parade themselves on websites and social media, calling people like me, oh, he's just an anti-Mason, anti-Mason. Blind fools at best, deceivers at worst. Well, the Freemason of the Century wrote in this book and in this chapter, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization, concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. One visible and the other invisible. The visible society is a splendid camaraderie of free and accepted men and women, enjoined to devote themselves to ethical, educational, fraternal, patriotic, and humanitarian causes and concerns like hospitals and charities. But the invisible society is a secret and most august fraternity whose members are dedicated to the service of a mysterious arcanum arcanorum, meaning mystery of mysteries. Now, I wonder what that could be. So once again, don't listen to the lost or deceptive Masons that'll come here trying to cheat you from the truth. telling you that I don't know what I'm talking about or calling me an anti-Mason. Because there you just heard it. There's a Masonry for the majority of Masons, and then there's the real thing, the secret religion, which should shock you when it's announced. These same lost or deceptive Masons also love to repeat, like parrots, that Freemasonry is not a religion. Well, what does the Freemason of the century have to say about that? From this book, he writes, Masonry is essentially a religious order. Not just a little bit religious, but essential. And here, the iconic giant of Freemasonry says in Morals and Dogma, every Masonic lodge is a temple of religion, and its teachings are instructions in religion. So please, sit down, Masons, because Freemasonry is a religion. And soon, I'm going to tell you what it's really called.
Oh, yeah.
Now look at this from the same book, and speaking about fellow Freemasons being initiated in the lodge. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. Their true explication is reserved for the princes of Freemasonry. The whole body of the royal art, which you'll know all about soon, was hidden so carefully in the higher degrees. So you see, the whole thing is built on lies. And the ultimate liar lives inside the triangle above the pyramid, so that even the highest Masons are living a monstrous lie. Wake up, Masons. Even you are deceived, just as the public is. Unless, of course, you're hungry enough to want to acquire all the power and climb up that pyramid closer to the eye that sees all. In that case, close your mouth, go back to your lodge, and good luck to you. Or, of course, grow some kahunas and be honest. But then you can't, right? Because you'd be breaking your oath. Sad. Oh, it's good to be free, under the wing of the true master. Stick around if you're interested, and you'll get to see some wonder. When I pull that cloak called Freemasonry right off, and those that are still here watching will get to see the true colors of the nakedness and the horror of the Masonic Lodge and the religion that rules them all. Another thing that Masons will repeatedly say is that this has nothing to do with Freemasonry, and it's just a conspiracy theory. Well, the 33rd degree Freemason of the century also wrote this book about 100 years ago, The Secret Destiny of America. And look at the front cover. And I'll tell you why America is so important for the ultimate goal of the secret society. It's disturbing, but it's also essential in understanding the near future and what's going to take place. So for the Freemasons that still say that this is not a Masonic design, especially this Masonic website called Masonic Info, insisting here that even the eye in the triangle or pyramid is not Masonic. Completely laughable and pure disinformation for the stupid masses. Try arguing against this. This is from a 1960 copy of the New Age magazine, an official organ of the Supreme Council of 33rd Degrees. No higher authority in the United States to speak of the relationship between Freemasonry and the US $1 bill. Masonic symbolism in a $1 bill. Look at them all. 13 leaves, 13 bars, 13 feathers, so on and so forth. And of course, this, the Masonic all-seeing eye, located in the pyramid. So you think this is a conspiracy theory or just a plain conspiracy? Well, here's JFK, yes, a Freemason, but one who had enough. When he wanted to print money disassociated from the Masonic central banks, just like Abraham Lincoln, and he paid the price for it as well. Listen to the speech we never hear about in school. More proof that they control the education system here and everywhere. Please just have a quick listen to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, the secret oaths, and the secret proceedings. But we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
Yeah, no sound, just showing pictures in this. There's not supposed to be sound. There's no sound. There's just a little bit of background music. He's just showing pictures. There's background music. You just can't hear it. It's very, very faint. I'm not sure. I just like the picture. Most are, Allison, as he says, you really don't get to be in mainstream media if you are not a part of it. That's what he pretty much says. That was Ariana, by the way. And Tom Hanks. Check. Oh, absolutely, Seth. Yep. I agree. Oh, Jackie Chan. Yeah, a bunch of people put it in there. uh, Lady Gaga on a award show played out. I don't know if you guys know this, but she had a roommate that was an up-and-coming pop star too. She was Asian, I believe. She fell off of a balcony, I believe. Her and Lady Gaga were sharing an apartment through management or something like that. But yeah, she fell off a 10-story balcony and died, and Lady Gaga got famous. And one performance at an award show, she basically played that out. Oh, probably Miss Mulla. He says it goes way back to whenever. I can't remember. Oh, oh, it's not frozen. Oh yeah, yeah. It's gonna be taken down probably. That's okay. It already lost monetization, didn't it? Did it? Yeah, they took the monetization off. Uh, like I said, it's important. Was it removed from your other channel? No, not yet. But the channel I originally got it off of is gone. And even if you, yeah, if you Google it, it comes up on the one we're watching now isn't even off of Voices, but somebody thankfully uploaded it like 7 months ago. So his will probably disappear too. So at least we're getting it out here for the moment that we can on this platform as well. But it is still on Totally Blunt. But they will not monetize that channel, and they took down my Tom Hanks video. What they say? Yeah, they took my Tom Hanks video down on that channel. It was too much information apparently, and they considered it dangerous. Yeah, it's sad. The royals, I've always asked, why the fuck we got a king and a queen still? It makes no sense. What are they doing? What do they do? Zimbabwe, Egypt, US, and Russia. Hey, JWJ. Oh, shit. Kim Jong-un. You deep diving into this? I mean, it's very, very informational. I know there's no talking right now, but he's basically exposing almost everybody and their mamas in this. The mafia. Giuseppe. John Gotti. Well, of course. Let's see Sammy the Bola. The fucking Pope. The fucking Pope. Oh, it's funny. It's not funny, but you know, it's just so in our fucking faces. Oh shit. What are you doing? Yeah, what you see you can't unsee, exactly. Diddums. 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 Yeah, of course. There goes Kanye again. I knew that Andrew. 21 Pilots, of course. Birdman put some respect on his name. Yeah, the lower ones, yeah, exactly. The lower ones. If you want to watch the chat, clips and tales. I'm gonna step away, but Mister's watching. But how the phone is set up, we can't see chat too well. I've just been standing here. I'm sure you can see my reflection on the TV. Okay, I'm gonna go start on dinner, but this is gonna keep playing. Mr. Cher is watching.
I'm watching. I don't know if Bob Saget was one or not, Pink Lola. Oh, Princess, I'm doing okay. Yeah, I'm all good now. Yeah. My opinion on all this, well, there's a lot of, I don't know. I mean, if this guy's right, then it's basically every celebrity there is in on this. Every politician, everybody in power. It's kind of scary when you think about it. Except Adam Sandler. There you go. Yeah, it seems to be all the people with money, yeah. But I think a lot of these people, I mean, they're just hopping on the trend. Like, they may not actually be in it. Because honestly, I've seen the shushing thing. I had no idea that that was one of their symbols. And I was heartbroken to see Keanu Reeves in there. Madam Poe. And it sounds about right, Yanni. I don't think this is connected to Scientology. I don't think so. Maybe that's a branch off. I don't know. Yeah, I agree, Tracy. I don't think they're all in it. I think a lot of them are just hopping on the trend without understanding what it's about. Am I a Freemason? No. I had no idea Freemasons existed until Cher come along with the true crime stuff. I didn't know what a Freemason was. Yeah, he isn't allowed to tell. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Green Eyed Lady. That stuff is bizarre. That's very possible, Donna. I could see that being a legit thing because you see it all over the place in magazines and stuff. And generally, with photo shoots like that, they're telling you how to pose, all that stuff. So that would make sense. Yeah, they may have no idea. It's like, okay, you want me to cover my eye? I will. And Cher is making dinner right now, Queen Bee. Julio Iglesias. Amber Cher is cooking chicken and potatoes, I think.
As I said in the beginning, you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg peeking out from the ocean top. I told you, all personalities in the field of great influence are initiated members of Freemasonry. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. Within 60 seconds of me telling you what international Freemasonry really is, I'll prove it to you. Unequivocally, within 60 seconds. And then I'm going to drive it home, and then I'm going to show you what they're planning with this new age they're implementing, and then the conclusion, which is by far the most important part of this presentation. So when you hear me tell you the truth in just a moment, don't switch off in disbelief because you can't believe that your favorite idol or whoever could possibly be involved, like you know them or something. You don't know these people. You do know that they're under oath never to reveal their beliefs to you. The vile multitude. It's time to trust your eyes now, not your feelings, especially after all that I've shown you. This is why the secret religion is so hidden. This is why it's so ingeniously designed through layers of lies upon lies, cloak upon cloak, and oath upon oath, concealing the truth for its chosen few. What is Freemasonry? What is the most sacred yet most powerful religion in the world? Well, that's easy. We live in an evil, evil world. So there's only one religion that befits it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. Now start the clock. From Morals and Dogma, prepared for the Supreme Council, the 33rd degree. That's the highest degree in Freemasonry, and written by the undisputed heavyweight champion of modern Freemasonry, Albert Pike. On page 321, he boldly states, Lucifer, the light bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not. Did you hear that? Lucifer is God, and do not doubt it. Come on now, stay with me. Here from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, written by 33rd degree Freemason, a beloved member of the craft, Albert Mackey. He tells us whose name represents the good principle in Freemasonry's secret worldview. Writing under the Masonic meaning of the word pentagram, he says the pentagram, depending on its position, represents good or evil. See how he puts the positive aspect in the first position? Good first, evil second. Good or evil, light or darkness, victory or death, initiation or profanation, Lucifer or Vesper. Lucifer is good. Lucifer is light. Lucifer is victory. And Lucifer is true initiation. See, if you're not initiated, you're profane. If you haven't figured out that God is Lucifer, you're vulgar and profane. You're stupid, in their own words. That's the beginning of their big secret. God is the devil, and we're already in hell right now. Now, from the Freemason of the Century, Manly Hall, and this will make it 3 out of 3 legends of Freemasonry stating the same thing. In The Lost Keys of Freemasonry on page 76, when the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething, surging energies of Lucifer are in his hands. Do you see? The world's hidden religion, with its universal one-eye symbolism, it was revealed slowly and by degrees only to its dedicated members, is Satanism, or Luciferianism as they prefer to call it. Now all the oaths make sense, don't they? Now all the rituals make sense. Now all the penalties make sense. And their secret signs and symbols and handshakes all make sense. And while the bulk of Freemasons make the external image of the fraternity and know nothing of who rules over them and who or what they're protecting. But which craft do you think the Freemason of the Century is talking about here? Which craft? Which craft? Witchcraft. Witchcraft. You need to slowly wake up now. Witchcraft is the royal art of Freemasonry, jealously guarded and reserved for the few. I'll show you clear as day that this is in fact true. This is a symbol of Satanism. And this is the symbol of the lodge of female Freemasonry called the Order of the Eastern Star. Look at that. Satanism, Freemasonry. Trust your eyes. This is the symbol of the Church of Lucifer, founded by a 33rd degree Freemason, which I'll prove. Look at the Masonic scoring compass in the design. The Church of Satan and Lucifer, two sides of the same coin, nurtured and brought to an organized international level of power and influence by Freemasonry, in secret, and all done right under our noses. And if you think that your politicians or religious leaders or favorite idols can't be a part of this, you have to try and snap out of it or suspend your everyday beliefs just for a moment. And I will clearly show you how it's not only possible, but it's actual. Please, I feel like it's now or never. If you don't get a glimpse of this now, then when? Who else is going to tell you this? When will you next be confronted with this? This is reality. And as much as you thought that ordinary people came into positions of power through hard work or concern for society or family connections, combined with brains and talent, that's not the case. That's the fantasy. This is the reality. They all go through Freemasonry. You think that Sam Worthington was so talented that he was picked over all those American actors to star in Avatar? Of course not. He was a Freemason. And so was the director, James Cameron, of the highest caliber. You have to remember that to them, Lucifer is good. Lucifer is the liberator. Jesus is the suppressor. Lucifer is pure love. Jesus is impure love. Lucifer left heaven for you. Jesus was crucified because he was a false Messiah. The world has always been deceptive, and we have been magnificently deceived. Here is an incredible example. Pay attention. This should blow your mind. Charles Darwin, the father of atheism and rationalism, was an initiated Freemason, doing the hidden hand of Freemasonry in this picture. And the vow of silence in this one. This would have remained unknown to us because no one's going to teach us this. But now we have the tools to see his beliefs, not through his words, but through his signs and symbols. I told you they can't help but to show off their allegiance because they think we're stupid, vile, and ignorant. And I've proven that to you as well. So once again, are you going to prove them right by switching off and ignoring this? Well, unfortunately, more than 90% of you will. But what I'm giving you here is priceless knowledge, because no amount of money or success can substitute its importance. And I'm risking everything but my own salvation to share it with you. If only for the few of you. Think about what you've just seen here with Charles Darwin, because I don't know if you got it. You cannot be accepted as a candidate of Freemasonry unless you believe in a supreme being, as exemplified here with Phil Collins. Speculated by some to be an atheist, but this seems impossible because being a Freemason, he has to believe in a higher power, or more accurately, supreme being. And I can personally vouch for that. And look here in the Masonic Oath itself. The candidate says, I will not aid or be present at the initiation of an atheist, a madman, or a fool. Freemasonry believes that to be an atheist is to be the equivalent of a madman. And they're right. Yet while they propagate atheism around the world, in universities and schools, Charles Darwin himself was a believer in an intelligent designer, a supreme being. He had to be, because he's a Freemason. And that intelligent designer that gave birth to us is named Lucifer in the highest degrees of Freemasonry. See? Never tell. He lied to you because that's what Freemasons do. The whole thing is a giant lie that was carefully constructed by mutilating the truth, because mutilated truths make the most successful lies. This is the secret to their success: a lying tongue and a lying spirit, from the 1st degree to the 33rd degree, to each other and to us. I've proven that as well. And what did Jesus, how did he describe their God? The father of lies. How accurate. The one who comes to cheat, kill, and destroy. How accurate again when I tell you their plans. Look here, Charles Darwin is noted as an influential figure by the Satanic Temple. And proof for them, apart from the intelligent design that is all around us, that Lucifer is real and that he's the god of this realm, is the power of witchcraft or magic. Magic works because there's a hierarchy or a pyramidal power structure in the spirit realm, a realm devoid of any love for you. And these spirits can be conjured up and summoned by the practitioners of the royal art of Freemasonry. They ask for something in return, however. Listen to Bob Dylan, a Freemason. Hidden hand, one eye symbolism.
I hear doing these songs, I think you still on tour. I do, but I don't take it for granted. Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here? Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'll look at my head. What was your bargain? To get where I am now. Should I ask who you made the bargain with? with the chief commander. On this earth? And in this earth, and in a world we can't see.
How does one communicate with Bob Dylan's chief commander, Lucifer? By the jealously guarded royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft. This is from the Encyclopedia of American Religions. Secrecy is bolstered by a system of initiations and degrees, the Freemasonic system. The material which is kept secret is the magical knowledge of the group. This knowledge may consist of rituals and powerful magical formulas. Do you think J.K. Rowling isn't a Luciferian? In this article, J.K. Rowling reveals the inspiration behind the Deathly Hallows symbol. And what is it? The Masonic square and compass, with the one eye that are all the celebrities mimic. That's the inspiration. They're all members of the Sacred Society. If you think that doesn't prove anything, here she is with her new tattoo. It says Solve Coagula. Also a song titled by fellow Freemason Marilyn Manson. And where does it come from? Here, the Baphomet. The image of Lucifer as conceptualized by another Freemason, Eliphas Levi, in his book, The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic. This horrid thing, with breasts, a penis, and a goat's head with two horns. has these words written on its arms: Solve Coagula. The impact of the meaning of these two words should disturb you to soberness when I tell you about them. Because apart from other things, they involve the process in which the new system will be implemented at unbelievable cost to you and I. Here's a statue of the Baphomet at the temple, Satanic temple, complete with two little kids admiring it. That's J.K. Rowling's religion, Satanism. The secret religion for the highly evolved and the highly successful. Welcome to the real world. The same Masonic author writes in The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic, in the ceremonies practiced at reception by all secret societies, there are found indications of a doctrine which is everywhere carefully concealed, and that is witchcraft. And in his History of Magic, he tells us it is the royal art, and that's what Freemasonry calls it. And where did he get his inspiration for the Baphomet? From the Knights Templar, another secret society who were banned, and some of its members were executed in the 1300s for glorifying evil, as it's openly stated here in the Satanic Rituals. And where do modern day Knights Templars reside now? Within a high degree of Freemason, right here. Again from the encyclopedia, and listen to this. The continuing impact of speculative Freemasonry, which means modern day Freemasonry, provided fertile soil in which new magical orders could grow. Magical orders, meaning other branches of secret societies, of which Freemasonry is the umbrella. Because Freemasonry is the king of secret societies. Just like JFK tried to tell us, it's the prestigious channel that one must go through. And it is the reason that the oldest religion in the world has made a colossal comeback and is now on the brink of success. Which, as I said, nothing can stop now.
Right.
And again from the encyclopedia, the groups wear ritual garb and meet in magical lodges. And where do Masons meet? In the Masonic Lodge. Like here with a magical pentagram on their checkered floorboard. Are you believing your eyes? Or are you making excuses? Here's another statue of the Baphomet at a Satanic temple doing the sign of the horned god Lucifer. The hand sign mimicking the horns on his head. And of course, the upside down cross. And here's Barack Obama doing the same sign. And the sign of silence with a twist. Who do you think he's mocking here? You and I. But mainly Christians. Because Christianity is the one force that has stood between you and the inconceivable horror that is awaiting us and is on its way. Here's an article on Barack Obama, and that's his hands adjusting his presidential
I'll have
seat.
to try and find it under
And
your
this is the
scars.
Masonic ring, and the sign of the devil's horns, over and over. Freemasonry and Satanism are intertwined. Look at these Masonic politicians throwing up the devil's horns. George W. Bush.
Oh, shit.
Look how sneaky and sinister the look on his face is here,
Oh, yeah.
and the manner in which he's delivering the sign
No
in front of the whole world. Is he a fan of rock music? Is he saying "I love you" in sign language for the deaf, like some people like to say? This is his fraternal order called Skull and Bones, also known as the Order of Death, where you lie naked in a coffin with what's called a temple prostitute during initiation. Clearly a Masonic order, with this guy displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry. In Stanley Kubrick's last movie before his death, he's telling you that all prominent members of industry, including politics, as the movie goes on to show, are members of a satanic secret society. In it, he shows the members engage in an orgy and feast after the ceremony of dedication to their horned god. To identify which secret society he's referring to, he leaves the clues in the artwork. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The one-eyed religion. And who do you think the title of the movie is dedicated to? None other than the stupid, ignorant, and uninitiated masses watching the movie. And you know it now. He knew that when we'd leave the cinema, we'd be commenting on the performance of Tom Cruise or giggling about the orgy scene. or just being disappointed because the movie went too long, or some other meaningless critique with eyes wide shut. Look at the cover of his other movie, A Clockwork Orange. The eye on top of the pyramid. And on his shirt, the word devil in Italian. Let me take it up a notch, in case this isn't registering. Listen to the founder of the Satanic Church, Anton LaVey, tell us in his book, The Satanic Rituals, which is a companion to the Satanic Bible. Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots. This is back in 1972, he said this. Now, 40 years later, it should read all governments, not many. And why is the founder of the Church of Satan talking about Freemasonry, the most respectable and charitable fraternity in the world, that no one seems to talk about and that we never hear about in school? This is why. Because the Satanic Ritual is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, Hermetic, and Masonic elements. That's crazy because Freemasonry is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, and Hermetic elements too. Any Masonic writer will confirm that. But how can that be? Because Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. On page 106, every rite of the Black Order employed Masonic principles. Every rite of these Black Orders, one of which was called Vrienden van Lucifer, which translates to Friends of Lucifer. And guess what? There are numerous manifestations of Satanism in Masonic ritual, including the goat, the coffin, and the death's head. Please awaken, O sleeper, and let the glorious light of the truth dawn upon your sleepy eyes. How did Freemasonry get away with this? Just like Jesus, the greatest enemy of theirs, said they would, by dressing the wolves as sheep. A satanic underground, carefully clothed in Christian trappings. That's how Freemasonry got away with it. We can't find out about it because they run the media and the education system clearly. John F. Kennedy was brutally assassinated after he attempted to inform us that we are opposed around the world by a monolithic conspiracy. Did he know that Lucifer was the god of Freemasonry? I don't know. The Grand Master of my lodge, who was the mayor of the city, was a 32nd degree Freemason. That's one short of the top, one short of the true beginning of the secret religion. And he had no idea what Freemasonry really was. After 42 years in the lodge, they never invited him into the 33rd degree initiation.
Oh, shit.
Because he couldn't see past the Christian trappings, as they were designed to do exactly that, trap the Christian, or trap anyone else who was too sensitive to behold the truth. Thus, Freemasonry could halt their progress at any time without suspicion, because it's a rare thing to reach the 33rd degree, and every Freemason knows that. So that there are no rude awakenings that take place with those that aren't ready to embrace Lucifer as the true god of Freemasonry and the world.
No, you're not timed out, Gina.
This is an ingenious system,
Slow mode is on for
birthed
chat.
by what must have been demonic inspiration. Anton LaVey says that this ingenious system I speak of serves as a rudimentary screening process for organized Satanism.
Get down. No, honey.
Exactly right. It's a filtering process, as I've said earlier. An international filtering process
Freak it out,
from which
man.
men and women are picked and permitted to enter the world stage. And I'm saying all this for those who uneasily think that politics and magic ritual do not mix. That's the founder of the Satanic Church. He admits that. Admissions that were never heeded because no one cares. How well said the Freemasons pull the wool over our eyes? The companions. of the
Oh, I
Satanic
hope
Bible
you're
tells us
okay,
that as well.
Tracy.
By filling the world
Tracy might
with
have broke her
fools.
foot. She's at the ER. We're keeping her
And who's the
company.
biggest fool in the eyes of Freemasonry?
I believe it,
The
Teresa.
atheist. From the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. One who does not believe in the existence of God. Such a state of mind can only arise from the ignorance of stupidity. All the
I've always asked the question in the true crime realm, what makes one case over another go high profile? what makes one missing child go more through the media than another, or a murder or anything like that? What makes it go you know, high profile or whatever, mainstream for the media? Which, how do we choose what case? And for me, I can personally find masonry, whatever you want to call it, ties to probably most high profile true crime cases. The Watts, for sure, I believe that this is a thing. I think this is what Chris talks about. She was into some dark shit and that he will never talk about it. I truly believe that NK or NK's family was a part of this religion, or whatever you want to call it.
This time, you're laughing at Christians, and the Freemasons are laughing at you. He's Brad Pitt,
Oh
wearing
man.
his Masonic ring and covering his eye. Now, here's a genuine quote from Brad Pitt, the Freemason. In short, I could really try on something different for myself. That was Satanism. It's working out really well. I made a pact. That's why. You don't believe him? Bob Dylan does.
Absolutely, Brian Laundrie.
And here's some they all do. And allow me to show you what it symbolizes. And now that you know what you know, it should make sense to you. It stands for 666. Yes, indeed. Satan's number, foretold by Jesus Christ. Now just hang on, let me prove it to you. Here it is for all to see on this shirt design, worn by Guns N' Roses guitarist Slash. See the I in the middle of the 6? Repeated 3 times. That's 666. In this one, the design in the shirt is clearly demonstrated by the person wearing it. Another example, the hand sign with 3 6s on the shirt. Here's a movie poster. The hand sign and the 6 on his lapel. Connect the dots. Here's Don Cheadle, the hand sign, and here he covers one eye with the dice. What's the number on the dice that he holds toward the camera? 6. There's literally 3 6s that manifest in the hand sign itself, like this. That's why they do it. Here's Drake with the most obvious example, holding up the hand sign with the all-seeing eye of Lucifer on his bicep. And here, blatantly connecting the 6 to the hand sign on the artwork to one of his songs. The hand sign over one eye, obviously signifying the 6. This is proof. The number is mystical, and it's grounded in reality. And it's related to sex rituals within witchcraft. You'll see, I'll show you. But if that's not enough, there. Drake is clearly intending that hand sign to be a way of communicating the number 666. A hater of Christianity and Jesus Christ. But I wonder why. He has everything he desires. Christians aren't suppressing him. He doesn't hate Buddha or Muhammad. None of them do. No. Jesus is who they hate. But they protect Freemasonry by communicating its presence in their lives, not by word, but by symbols and signs. Disciples of Lucifer. While you don't believe it, they take it very seriously, and they mock you by displaying it in your face. They know the truth. The chief commander, the one at the top of the pyramid, is Satan, the god of by Freemasons. You know why now. You just have to stop denying it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. This is how they tell you. Let's go to Britney's close friend, whom she tongue-kissed in front of the world, sexualized as these people are, and for all the girls out there to be inspired and corrupted by. Madonna, wearing the same Masonic design as Britney. 666 hand sign, the one-eye symbolism, and the vow of silence. The vow of silence with a fellow practitioner of witchcraft. The Masonic eye in the triangle behind her, and now the upside down cross of Christ on her outfit. A member of the secret society who hates Jesus with a passion. As you can see here, with Lucifer, the god of Freemasonry, giving her oral sex. Deep despisers of Christianity.
What?
Are you wondering why yet? The sign of the devil's horns here, meaningfully placed and done with precise intent, like with all of them. And here teaching her poor children to follow in her footsteps. Truly only God knows how many young people she's perverted in her career, all orchestrated by Freemasonry. He's the founder of the Church of Satan, again, Anton LaVey, showing a horn sign. The horned guide of the witches, as illustrated by Una Woodruff in her book, Witches. And here, with a member of the Agora sect of Hinduism, partaking in a ritual of the oldest religion of the world. She's drinking blood here. From what? A human skull. Sound familiar? That's right. That's what all the high-level Freemasons do, except they use wine.
Jody Sue Brown's baby daddy.
Into the secret religion. It's ritualistically done to gain magical abilities, not a myth. And look at her hand sign. It's also known as the El Diablo. You still think this hand sign is a joke, or it's misunderstood, or misrepresented by people like me? Look at the cover of Anton's other book called Satan Speaks. Look at the eye. He has one eye emphasized. Can you see? What about the image of Lucifer in the Satanic Temple? Look at the right eye. It's darkened. You ready for this? From the Bible. And this passage is thousands of years old. Woe to the worthless shepherd. His right arm shall be completely withered, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. Where do you think this hatred for Jesus comes from?
Delana.
Do you think it's because we've outgrown it? Or because it speaks the truth? Who do you think this worthless
She
shepherd
looks like Sandman.
with one eye darkened is? And who said, I am the good shepherd? Who said that? Jesus Christ is the good shepherd, not the worthless shepherd with one eye. You think this is all just a coincidence? Just hang tight a little longer and you will see some wonder. Here's Anton LaVey with Freemason Marilyn Manson, and here's Marilyn covering his eye. In case you forgot that this is the eye of Freemasonry, the international religion they all belong to. Here he is giving the sign of the master of the second veil, the hidden hand of Freemasonry, along with his Masonic ring.
So
You know how many
Jody
presidents and
Sue, I'd
journalists and
really love to
common
speak
men
to
who
you.
try to expose Freemasonry or get it shut down, get it banned? Well, those days are long gone. Marilyn Manson, the Freemason who tears the Bible into pieces on stage during his performances, he captured the fundamental purpose of Freemasonry's existence very well when he said in an interview with Spin Magazine in 1996.
We are not even halfway through yet. But like I said, I find this all to be very important, so we're going to keep it playing. But he does get into the rituals and child trafficking and the P word, Pizzagate type stuff. It's all in here, but the way he has brought this to you, there's nobody, I think, that could put this all together, all the puzzle pieces like this together as good as he has done. So I think it's important to hear it all and from start to finish. And like I said, we'll show my conversations with him and who he pinpoints in the summer wells and why.
Hopefully, I'll be remembered as the person who brought an end to Christianity, echoing the dreams of grandeur, just like his spiritual father. Now, Kesha, one-eye symbolism of Freemasonry, the eye in the triangle, and the sign of silence. So she's a member. And behold, an inverted cross in her music video, inverted cross on her outfit, and a satanic pentagram on this outfit, just like the symbol of female Freemason. You think none of these Freemasons look like witches? Really? And none of these wishes in the making? Remember, 90% of them don't know what they're serving, or what they're doing there, or why they're taking oaths of such silence and such penalty. Avril Lavigne does, showing her allegiance with the one-eye symbolism, participating in lesbianism in a video, influencing the masses, subtly stealing our innocence. And what's on her helmet? One eye. And doing the El Diablo with pentagrams at her concert. Anthony Bourdain, with his one-eye symbolism, he was openly a hater of Christianity. And what kind of woman would suit a man like this? Well, a fellow member of the secret society who hates Christianity too, of course, Asia Argento. One-eye symbolism, again and again. The sign of Lucifer's horns, and this pose of his image. Remember Baphomet. There's Asia mimicking its pose, complete with the figure position. Creatures with breasts and an erect penis and a goat's head. You know, things you find normal now. Thanks to international Freemasonry, normalizing evil and filth through multiple levels of, and avenues of propaganda and influence, including television, movies, music videos, schools, education, through legislation, through passing of laws to protect the evil nature, and of course through your favorite idols. Chris Hemsworth, just your everyday good Aussie bloke? I'm afraid not. One-eye symbolism and the sign of silence, both of which mean he's taken all the disgusting oaths of Freemasonry under penalty of death, thus catapulting him over the competition, never to promote Christian values or Jesus Christ again. The 666 hand sign, and now, see how the hand symbol makes sense? Amber Heard, who was married to this Freemason, who's best friends with this Freemason. I told you they only date, marry, and associate with their secret society. Here with the 666 over one eye, and this tweet, I think it's a tweet, I don't know. Look at the one eye closed, darkened if you will, and identifying its meaning with the devil's hand symbol. Of course, she camouflages the whole thing with her misdirecting words for the dumb masses. But we can see through that now, right? But look, it's Elon Musk replying. He's a fan of Amber Heard. Or is there more to it? Good sign, he says. The sign of the devil's horns. The fertility god. The sex god. That's what he's referring to. Why on earth would he point that out? You know why. But to be sure, let's go to his wife or girlfriend, Grimes. One eye. And whose eye is it? You know that too now. The God of this world, who hates Jesus Christ just like she does. Two inverted crosses of Christ and the pentagram. And what about Elon's mother? Of course, all members of the secret society. Most of us who never even knew it existed. Blink-182 initiated member with some of his secret brothers from the lodge. Vow of silence, sign of the devil. Cyndi Lauper, all-seeing eye, vow of silence, the sign of the God of this world. Christian Bale, who thanked Satan at an award show, doing the sign of the master of the second veil, the hidden hand of Freemason. Ashley Tisdale, all-seeing eye, social media post, and hanging out with her boyfriend, who proudly wears the satanic cross. You think they belong to the same religion? Of course they do. Bonnie Wright, one eye, and the satanic horns. John Cleese, I include him here because he's a well-known hater and mocker of Jesus Christ and Christianity. He got rich off it, and he's a proud Freemason, showing his allegiance. Motley Crue, Nikki Sixx, Tommy Lee, Vince Neil holding a cross upside down, and their album cover. Secretly Freemasons under oath while promoting Satanism in the open, doing their job and influencing the masses to hate Jesus and Christianity and to live a life of sin through seduction of their music. Secret society member Jimi Hendrix hiding one eye and telling you about the secret powers of music. Nirvana, Kurt, bass player Chris, Dave Grohl, Dave and Jack Black making the sign of the pentagram, a geometric tool used in the magical curriculum, and Dave wearing this upside down cross. Hard to listen to all those beautiful songs he's written now. Courtney Love and her daughter glorifying the symbol of Satan, and Nirvana discovering something on a road trip while covering some numbers up. Proud Satanists, all secret Freemasons. Here's Quentin Tarantino. Now that we know what we know, can you see through this picture to reach its true meaning? The all-seeing eye, whose identity is revealed by the hand gesture, which is 666, with the vow of silence and throwing up the devil's horns, which I hope you can finally see means something. Cher, can this get any more obvious now? The sign of the vow of silence being made with the sign of the devil, telling you that the secret which isn't to be spoken of is Lucifer, right there in front of you, speaking through signs and symbols, like Confucius said. Signs and symbols rule the world.
We didn't just
not
see
words,
that
not
one.
laws. Cardi B, I just want you to stimulate the connections between the one-eye symbolism, the 666 hand sign, and the horn God symbol. Eddie Izzard, all-seeing eye, hidden hand, and mimicking the horns of the Masonic God. Oh, but men love the darkness rather than light, as the scriptures put it so solemnly. Look at how precise that statement is. With high-ranking Freemasons loving the darkness so much that they define the darkness itself as light. Watch. In MasonicWorld.com, an article by Worshipful Master John Alexander, who has journeyed from the lower degrees to the high and sublime degrees. This is the religion of our leaders and celebrities, so listen. He writes, every ritual from the high and sublime degrees that I've ever read contains the statement, I beg you to observe that the light of the Master Mason is darkness visible. I put it to you, brethren, that this is the most accurate description of Masonic light that you will ever find. Think about what you just heard, because this is what they learn. Masonic light is darkness. And this is before they enter the real religion of Freemasonry, Satanism. That's why in the high degrees, the ritual states to the candidate, I beg of you to observe, meaning to ponder, to contemplate what they mean by the statement. My 32nd degree Grand Master, he never understood. And they don't push you, remember? It's all a screening process to weed out the weaklings who can't handle the truth. The truth that this is how the all-seeing eye sees things. Evil is good and good is evil. Look at what he says immediately afterwards. In keeping with our normal Masonic practice of burying our important truths deeply, the ritual sets out to immediately disguise this truth. Usually people bury their lies, but Masons bury their truths. Because their truth is that God is the devil and that we are in hell. So everything has to be flipped on its head in order for things to make sense in this place where lust creates life, where might is right, where compassion is weakness, and of course, in order to succeed. Look here with another Freemason of the highest degree, Helena Blavatsky. She writes in her book, The Secret Doctrine. Doctrine means belief. So the book is called The Secret Belief. The Secret Belief of Freemasonry. She says, the sons of God, of whom Satan was one, all those spiritual beings were called angels of darkness because that darkness is absolute light. Do you see how far they go to project and glorify the darkness? Because men love darkness rather than light. If these were just randoms next door or some minor cult, I wouldn't be telling you about it, and I really wouldn't care this much. But these are not randoms. These are our heroes. These are those who have crept into the power structure very slowly since 1717, when the first Masonic Grand Lodge was organized, to overthrow Christianity and the world. These are those who we admire, trust. And these are those who have perverted our culture with one hand, the hidden hand, while upholding it with the other hand. So you can never call them out because they run charities, nursing homes, and children's hospitals in the open while they propagate smut, violence, debt, and of course atheism in secret. While a plethora of everyday distractions are endlessly supplied to us through entertainment and news, plowing through our lives. That's political Freemasonry, politicizing everything, including entertainment, supplying you with their heroes and their idols. And now that 95% of the world have been spiritually disarmed by thinking, oh, the world is a good place and Jesus is a myth, they've rigged our infrastructure and they're about to bring it down so they can build up their new world from the ashes. A completely new system of life on this planet is coming. I promise you that. In a book called Satan's Master Plan, LaVey affirms his commitment to destroy Christianity. Now check out Anton LaVey, once again in perfect parallel with Freemasonry, stating in the Satanic Bible, waiting at the darkness visible for that bright and morning star. Bright and morning star being a reference to Lucifer. The exact same expression as the Freemason and worshipful master John Alexander that we just heard describing Masonic light. Darkness visible, identical language, because Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. This is what the initiated queen of Freemasonry, Helena Blavatsky, says of the bulk of Freemasons in her book. The knowledge of their members about the full signification of their symbols is nil. And that's of course true to the Freemasons listening. How do I know she's a Freemason? Because her diploma was reproduced on page 66 in Freemasonry Universal, Volume 5, Part 2, in the Autumn Equinox, 1929.
Mm.
And also because she's displaying the Masonic penalty sign, like all these Freemasons. Drew Barrymore, all-seeing eye, vow of silence. See, the symbol of her secret God. Elijah Wood, one eye, hidden hand of Freemasonry, and the devil songs. Sammy Davis Jr., the eye of the Freemasons is the all-seeing eye of Lucifer. Because here he is with Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan. So when you see him hanging with other celebrities like Bill Cosby, can you be sure that they belong to the same religion? Sure you can. I told you they don't hang out with the uninitiated. You think the Rat Pack weren't Freemasons? Well, here's their leader, Frank Sinatra, doing the hidden hand.
I've heard that. I don't know if that's true. I hope not, because I have two giant monster logos tattooed on me. I also have stars everywhere. Yeah. Oh, see. Is there on Oreos? I'm A negative, yep. I air fried, deep fried, and baked. Basic potatoes and onions yet.
I got introduced to music industry. I swear I want to be like the Amy Grant of music. It did not work out, and so I sold myself.
Have you considered maybe doing that?
I only had a few lines. It was fantastic, but I can't really tell you anything else. But it was charity time. I know I can't. It's very secret. It's a very secret society.
Well, that's why she's not famous anymore. Because she told on some of it.
poker facing with your sexuality. When I was making love to my old boyfriend, I used to think about women sometimes.
Oh, that's clever. That's why a bunch of the young fitness kids, the boys get long hair because then when they swoop their hair, they're covering it up. Or their hair covers one eye. Oh, I'm on fire tonight. For sure. Excuse me. I'm definitely demonetized when he's playing video games. Oh yeah, that's right. We're gonna play through like some Eyes Wide Shut too. Cher, who? Avril Lavigne? She told. She there's a weird Avril Lavigne conspiracy theory. Some people say she was killed by the establishment and somebody else replaced her because it looks like two people. So I have not seen Taylor Swift yet, and I have not seen who am I thinking? Selena Gomez.
Oh yeah, we can go back to that.
Was she in there? Because I almost thought maybe that's why Justin Bieber didn't marry her or something. So did anyone see Taylor Swift in there? I didn't. Oh, not Ruby Rose. I love Ruby Rose. Oh, Russell Brand. Wait, Russell's not anymore. Is he? I don't think Russell Brand is Freemasons anymore because I actually followed him for years. And his channel currently, I believe he speaks out about the establishment. Devil horns on his crotch. That's so fake for him. Oh, snap. I stand by it. Oh, the word spot. How it looks. Did see T-Swift in there? Okay, that's not surprising. Remember, when he's showing pictures, there's no talking, so your sound's not broken. There's more, babe, if you want it in there. Potatoes, I think. Oh, absolutely, Tammy Lou. They show a lot through movies, and remember, even cartoons and everything. And we all question it years later. Oh my God, The Simpsons predicted this, or that predicted that. Spock! Oh, I was told that very young not to do the peace sign. And I was also taught that the yin yang was super bad. I was not allowed to buy a necklace once in one of my foster homes. That was super religious home, very Christian, and I was not allowed to have the yin yang at all. I don't think I'm saying that right. Yin yang. Yeah, Michelle, that's scary to think about. But it's only getting more and more. That's scary, you're right. Okay, he's got, I think he said something like 23 minutes of just pictures. I think we get it. It's pretty much everybody. I'm gonna just fast forward it to him talking again. Because, I mean, we pretty much get it. It's almost every mainstream celebrity. There we go.
There is a fork in the
We are halfway through, people.
road that's approaching you. And you can stay on the path which curves to the left by denying the existence of Satanism in the fullness that you've been shown. Or you can surrender to the truth
Do you
and
want
take the right hand path.
to try the computer again?
Good try.
Pee break, everyone. We will try and see if we can pull this on the computer yet. That way we can turn our TV down in the house, but it's fine. We have till like 10 p.m. to be noisy. It's Canada. They allow it. He'll try to pull it up on the computer and we'll pick up from here, go to the bathroom, get a snack. This is the halfway point about, so intermission. Take your 10 minutes, folks. What are we thinking? What are we thinking so far, guys? Oh, shit. Why do I do these things? Okay. Oh, that sucks, Yanni. Now what we should be doing is going through most true crime cases. Because you know what's weird that Katy Perry said in that actual same interview where she talked about selling her soul to the devil? She also said, there's a little John Bonet inside of me trying to come out. What the fuck does that mean? Yes, he and his family, as of when was our last correspondence? 3-4 days ago. He's okay. And he doesn't, I believe, stay with his family. He didn't several months ago. He had gone somewhere by himself, said he went away from his family and everything. So that's what he's been saying. And like I said, after he gets through all of this, because I think it's important, I will be showing our conversations, which and for those who don't want to watch, 5.5 hours worth of content, I will end up cropping the emails and stuff into a video and try to kind of get some of the stuff that I'm just going to call them alt says, and the pictures that I've had, and tying everything together, see if I can get that, and then all of our emails back and forth about it. Actually, our whole correspondence, including, of course, everything that we talk about with Summer Walls, which our correspondence on Summer Walls, I don't believe is yet over, because he is checking into some things that my last email was asking him, can you watch this? Can you watch that? And I appreciate it, because he said he said at the beginning of all this, he was really hoping he wouldn't have to even mention the word Freemasonry anymore. And here I go several months ago emailing him and talking to him, but he's been so sweet and so kind. He told me that he is happy to answer my questions, and that he's proud of myself and all of us that listen and open our eyes to this, that he's really proud of people like us that are willing to at least listen to it and give it the time to listen. That shows him we at least have open minds to give it a hear. I've had a couple people tell me tonight, even Scotty Skulls, I don't know why he unsubbed, but he was like, I'm unsubbing. I don't know, but listen, I'm just going this is my platform, so I just go where I feel leaded, or led, where I feel leaded to. Scott, you in a funk? I'm sorry, Donna. Yeah, it's on show for everyone, that's for sure. Some sick people, because they did it in the Daybell case, right? Didn't they? Yeah, they did. So, some sick people for sure. We're at 2 hours and 31 minutes, baby. Cheshire, hey, Deanna. I'm that I feel blessed and grateful to not be rich and famous. Just saying, absolutely, that could be too. Why are you making the signs on your cover pic? It's just what I do. I don't know. Maybe I'm hiding in plain sight by pretending to expose the Illuminati. Oh, snap. Just kidding. Absolutely, Lisa. It's scary when you think what happened to Britney Spears, though. Like, look what they did to her. The whole establishment made her a fucking slave. Like, this shit is very real to me. If it wasn't, what happened to Britney Spears for 13 years wouldn't have happened. That took lawyers, judges, police, like CPS, like it took a lot of people, a lot of levels to pull off what they've been doing to Britney. Let me tell you, and to be perfectly honest, I don't think Britney is in the clear yet, because I believe her fiance is probably placed by the establishment, and I really do. I think they're gonna have some babies, then he's gonna claim she went crazy again or something. Something bad's gonna happen. I don't know. That's just what I envision, or what my predictions are. of that situation. But she's happy right now and living her life. So, I mean, I guess there's that. But I'm nervous for her. I don't like that guy or who he's friends with and some of the signs you can see. And you think you're crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Dave Chappelle. Yeah. Like, I don't even, like, honestly, I'm questioning the Bob Saget situation hard. That is, you got actual doctors speaking out and saying this is not making sense, what is being said. So, and then the detective, no, I can't. It feels like a slap in your face at a certain point when the shit is going on. It just feels like the government is just laughing at us. The establishment is just fucking pointing at us, laughing, and literally spitting in our fucking eyes. He was killed for sure. I mean, in my belief, allegedly and all that, he did not just bump his head. Oh, he hit his head so bad on a pillow top headboard. I don't freaking think so. Where the front and back of his skull was fractured. Like his whole head was messed up. Fractured some of his front bones, but he hit his head on the back. Like, no. And also what he said was very fucking weird. And I'll actually pull that up really quick because I'm already demonetized for this. Hold on. Look at this shit. I'm just gonna fuck it. I'm gonna take the hit on it anyway because this is not right.
Live, these are your favorites. I'm going to be found dead in bed.
You better watch out.
I bet they can't hear, huh?
I don't have long to live. These are your favorites. I'm going to be found dead in bed.
You better watch out.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear that? He literally says, and this was like 3 months before he was found. It's ridiculous. And she was like, you be careful what you're saying. It's creepy and weird. She's even talking about how she didn't really want to marry him and shit. It's weird. It's fucking weird. You can? It's weird. I'm going to play it one more time.
I don't have long to live. These are your favorites. I'm going to be found dead in bed.
You better watch out.
Yeah. That's wild. Well, he was in it, but I think it's people who maybe don't want to be part of it or maybe think about exiting it are the ones who have like a Michael Jackson ending. Because there's how many interviews. I remember being a kid watching Michael Jackson say, or even as an adult, like a young adult, hearing him say, they're gonna kill me. Like, they're coming for me. They're gonna kill me. And I always thought it was fucking weird. Everyone's just ignoring it. But he had interviews. And then again, right before his death, he did an interview and he said, they are going to kill me. Nobody said, I was always like, who is they? What is he talking about? But nobody, everyone's just like, oh, he's crazy. It's Michael Jackson. He's crazy. It's like, what the fuck? I always thought that was weird. Still not working, baby? Oh. What? Yeah. I just been talking, waiting. All right, we're going to start this back up now.
Is the very thing that will keep you from it. The reality of
Why do I have no sound?
In the shadow of Christianity, Satanism has always been there. With every church that sprung up, so did its invisible enemy, the Satanic Church. Growing out of sight and out of mind, from this to this. And Christianity has long been deprived of its power, as clearly demonstrable by the absolute lack of preaching against the institution of Freemasonry. Satanism's magic cloak, Satanism's magic trick, that's Freemasonry. And how they are laughing for now. So Freemasons are now at the helm of the power structure of society, which means Satanism rules. And they're making their move for the new order of the ages. Are you that besotted by this evil world that you'll even deny the existence of secret societies? And what about the American president?
Nope.
I've shown you who they are. I've shown you how they successfully operate with degrees of initiations and horrific and illegal oaths of secrecy. And I've shown you why they are a secret society. I've proven it to you. And only now that I've done that, I can show you in this many minutes what the shocking new order that Freemasonry has so cautiously been guiding us toward actually looks like. And of course, you won't believe that either. By now, there's a 98.5% chance that you belong to the world. And in that case, the world can do, will do, and is doing whatever the hell it wants to with you. And when all you have is the world, you'll do anything to hold on to it. Christian or not, most of you will follow this world straight to the slaughterhouse in the name of peace, safety, and progress, clinging to it, because all you love is inside it, blissfully ignoring people like me warning you of who's really in charge of it. Men, women, actors, singers, businessmen, and politicians, all interlocked, whose God is named Lucifer. You've seen it with your own eyes, but now you can hear it with your own ears from this 33-degree Freemason in person, just in case the Masonic literature wasn't enough for you.
Can you find Lucifer for me?
Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people.
Lucifer is?
Yeah.
Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy,
Virtuous.
virtuous. Now, see the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
Oh man, this is great. I'm going to put this on the internet.
God bless you, brother.
Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach, is that Lucifer
Hey, Rita.
light.
No.
And you're
What about those hospitals?
You know what, sir? Jesus said, many will say to me on that day, Lord,
Oh, shoot. Mm.
these in your name. And you'll say, away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you.
Jesus said
In Matthew chapter 5.
You've been bred from childhood to fall for the biggest lie ever told, that Satan doesn't exist. And if Satan doesn't exist, well, then neither does Jesus.
You shouldn't be timed out, Doolittle.
Heroes and idols know full well that they do exist.
Slow mode is on chat,
And
so
when
you're
I
not
say you've
timed
been
out.
bred from childhood, I mean just that. Walter Disney was a high-ranking Freemason. He is a Masonic stamp dedicated to him.
Told you, Disney World.
Club 33, which stands for the 33 degrees of Freemasonry.
Told you guys.
And who's the
Disney.
god of the 33rd degree Freemason? Walt Disney. Well, Walter hides the answer in plain sight, because that's what Freemasons do. Firstly, the god of Mr. Disney is wicked. See how they veil evil with a cloak of innocence? What does the word veil itself conceal? Secondly, Walter's god is horny, symbolized by the horned god of the witches. And we all know Walt Disney loves magic, which is witchcraft. So the depictions of sex are hidden in plain sight as well. Remember, lust produces life, not love. So lust is purity, lust is love for the high degree Freemason. And thirdly, he hides the number of his God's name in the open as well. No, that's not a 666 he's seeing interwoven in the design. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Not even when they separate the sixes from the name?
all three of them and place them together for you like this in plain sight? No, not even then will people see. Do you think things are any better 50 years later? Here's the eye of Lucifer in the Nickelodeon channel and his lightning flash. Remember what they actually believe about Satan. From Freemason Helena Blavatsky's book, The Secret Doctrine, meaning the secret belief. Who is Satan? He is the angel who was proud enough to believe himself God, brave enough to buy his independence at the price of eternal suffering and torture, beautiful enough to have adored himself in full divine light.
No problem, Doolittle. I'm
Strong
forgetting
enough,
how long it's on.
Still reign
75 seconds, I think.
amidst agony. Helena Blavatsky is suggested as recommended reading by the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry right here. And the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, speaking of Lucifer, Satan, and the devil on page 407, writes that to the initiate, the devil is the instrument of liberty or free will. That's who Lucifer is to them, okay? To show you how little you know of who you're dealing with and the extent of this religion's influence and power, not to mention their plans, let me jump ahead for a minute. Watch this. This is Lucius Trust. The Lucius Trust is a non-for-profit service organization incorporated in the United States in 1922, and their objective from Lucius Trust website, dedicated to the establishment of a new and better way of life for everyone in the world based on the fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. The divine plan, a new way of life, like a new world system, like a new order. Now, you want to see who they work for? The Lucius Trust has consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. The United Nations, the UN. They consult the United Nations of the world. They advise the United Nations of the world. Now look at this. The Lucius Trust's publishing company was founded in the early 1920s as Lucifer Publishing Company. The Lucius Trust says that the name was probably chosen to honor Lucifer. What on earth does a modern day consultant to the most powerful and progressive force engaged in uniting all nations under one banner, the UN, have to do with the fallen angel of the Holy Bible? The one that Jesus Christ told us would manifest on earth as a world ruler to deceive the whole world into a new world system. Yes, that angel. Why on earth would they honor that angel? Well, that's easy. They were founded by Freemasons. Incorporated into the United States by Alice Bailey and her husband, Foster. Well, here's a book written by Foster the Freemason, The Spirit of Freemasonry, published by Lucius Press, also known as Lucifer Publishing. And one last thing, if you dig a little, you'll find an article on their website, The Esoteric Meaning of Lucifer, on a modern company website with consultative powers to the United Nations of all things. Wow, I really hope you're seeing this. In the article, it states that the Baileys had enormous respect for H.P. Blavatsky, who stated in her renowned occult book, The Secret Doctrine,
Absolutely,
on page 245, in a chapter called Holy Satan. It is Satan who is the God of our planet and the only God. Then the article goes on to say that the Baileys sought to elicit a deeper understanding of the sacrifice made by Lucifer.
Yum.
Everything has been reversed. Evil is good, Jesus is the enemy, and Lucifer sacrificed himself for you, not Jesus Christ, the one who washed the feet of his disciples and the only one they fear. Modern progressive atheists do not influence world events, people. Satanists do. Remember the goal of the Lucius Trust? The fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. Yeah, the divine plan exposed by Jesus Christ in the Gospels. Hence their war on the Bible and the abolition of it from the school system and even from modern Christian churches who dare not preach from the book of Revelation. Your most highly evolved and contemporary leaders of society secretly believe that in the theosophical perspective, the descent of these solar angels was not a fall into sin or disgrace, but rather an act of great sacrifice. They believe in the fallen angels and their revolt against God as revealed in the Bible, led by the devil, the chief commander of Freemason Bob Dylan, remember? These people make contact with these fallen angels, with the royal art of Freemasonry called witchcraft. Please stick around. Let me show you that. How many solar angels does the Bible say followed Lucifer out of this heavenly realm? A third of the angels makes 33%. Does that number sound familiar yet? 33 degrees of Freemasonry. Just a coincidence?
I don't think so.
Again, which expose these people every time. Do not let anyone who delights in false humility and the worship of angels and who has access to some visionary world beguile you, trick you of your reward. You still don't believe that the false humility of the charitable fraternity of the Freemasons is behind it all? Well, Blavatsky also published a magazine called Lucifer with a woman named Annie Besant. And here's a letter written by Annie herself with the official Masonic letterhead. And here Annie signs off as a 33rd degree Freemason. Printed also in the left-hand corner, Annie Besant, 33rd degree, and a member of the Supreme Council. Undeniable and undisputable. Please don't make me prove it to you over and over. Have you caught a glimpse of who you're dealing with yet? They're all Freemasons, high-ranking. And they're all buffeted by a plethora of Masonic dupes who don't know any of this because they can't decipher the symbols and they don't care to try. They're proud and boastful and defensive of their beloved fraternity, in which they get to rub shoulders with the most important people of their suburbs, cities, and towns, and in which they got on their knees to take blood oaths of death, calling other old decrepitated men worshipful master, yet still they think it's innocent and has nothing to hide. Delusional and lost, almost beyond hope. Some of them still think it's a Christian organization, just like the founder of the Satanic Church described. What do you get when you carefully conceal Satanism with Christianity? You get Freemasonry. People, Satanism is at the core of our world, and it is behind the new order that will be implemented soon enough. It will be all done through deception. You'll be tricked. Remember how I told you that the all-seeing eye sees that we're in hell? Well, the massive witch and Freemason Helena says so right here. Satan is the minister of God, Lord of the seven mansions of Hades, the angel of the manifest worlds. Hades means hell, manifest worlds means earth. This is who you're dealing with. This is the religion and the beliefs of the rich, powerful, and famous. And yes, politicians. Do you want to go back to sleep? You can sleep after this. But wait till I show you what they're going to do to you, coming up in this many minutes. For those who simply refuse to believe that Bono or Scott Morrison or Prince can be Luciferians because they all go to church, let me show you another Masonic ritual they do.
Awesome, Gail.
And this is before Satanism or Luciferianism is revealed to the candidate. And then you tell me if Bono or Scott are capable of secretly believing in Lucifer. It all starts here with the Masonic apron. Different kinds signifying different grades. Have you guessed what it's hiding yet? The genitals. Pretty obvious. Like everything else they hide, once you can see. The genitals are the true working tools of a Mason. Freemasonry is foundationally a sex cult.
Oh.
Because it all starts with sex, doesn't it? Life itself starts with sex. So the mystical force of the true God of Freemasonry hides in the hidden part of the human body. That's the Holy of Holies, covered by the Masonic apron, the seat of God, the seat of Lucifer. See here with Satanist King Diamond's artwork? The eye is attached to the horn god, but look at where the eye starts, from the waist down. That's where the apron of a Mason begins. And the one eye of Freemasonry is also the one eye of the penis, where life generates and springs forth. See the openly hidden secret of the Masonic square and compass now? You're looking at the sex act. That's the female in missionary position, and that's the male mounting her. The sex act. And the eye in the middle with these emanating rays is the orgasm and the ejaculation of the penis. See life shooting forth. That's how they see the sun and the earth too. The sun is the visible penis of their true God, shooting forth life continually. The light itself is the mystical sperm of the God of this world. The sun and penis generate life, while the earth and female womb produce life. The letter G, when replacing the I in the middle of the square and compass, stands for generation, sexual generation. The practical aspect of Freemasonry and Satanism's religion is that of a sex cult. You see Rod Stewart telling you he's a Freemason? By displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry, also known as the Master of the Second Veil, and look at his other hand, taking the Masonic apron's place for covering his penis, which is the Holy of Holies, the seat of God for the Mason. And from the Grand Pontiff of Freemasonry, Albert Pike, hence the significancy of the phallus, the penis, or of its inoffensive substitute, the obelisk. Straight from the horse's mouth, the erect penis graces us, or should I say disgraces us, with its presence in every country in the world, marking its territory. The Masonic obelisk in our face, everywhere, making its bold statement, yelling, screaming in silence. This is another reason why we're considered the ignorant and stupid masses. Another example of hidden in plain sight. And here's an erect penis on the front page of the female Freemasonry magazine, The Eastern Star.
Oh, that's funny,
I
Leslie.
once stood in front of this obelisk in Sydney, and I must have asked 30 people what they thought it was. Not a single one of them knew. To the Freemasons of the higher degrees, the whole universe is in fact one giant and continuous sex act. This is the structure of Freemasonry. You can take this path to the top or this path. And way up here, you have the Order of the Mystic Shrine. The Mystic Shrine is what's found behind the Masonic apron, because that's where life comes from. That's the Mystic Shrine. You have to be a 32nd degree Freemason to be asked to join the Order of the Mystic Shrine. And then, once you're inside, you can be invited to join this order, the Royal Order of Jesters. See, Freemasonry is like Russian dolls, and Satanism is at its center.
You are so smart.
The pins and lapel designs for the Order of the Jesters. You can only join them unless you're at least a 32nd degree Freemason. Sex and debauchery. Erections. The adoration of the phallus. Masturbation. Devils. Demons. Fallen angels. This one here, mocking holiness, reference to the anus, and sodomy, anything to mock the Bible. This disgusting one has King Momus sitting on a female's face, and hidden in plain sight is the square and the compass, for those who have eyes to see. Bestiality, yes indeed. This bagpipe player has an erection, and the sheep is running away scared. Self-explanatory. This character has an emphasized eye, if you can see that.
Sure demonetized now.
The skull has an emphasized eye also. Wink.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm like a little shocked, actually.
And the secrecy. The symbols of secrecy. On the far right here, the monkey covers his
Mama!
symbolizing the Masonic apron, and the black and white dogs, well, they symbolize the checkered floorboard of the Masonic Lodge, which is sexualized male and female principles. The horned God, where evil and good don't exist. And in the first degree, Masons are given a Bible stamped with a square and compass, oblivious to the inherent mockery and the foundation of the whole fraternity, as alluded to here with a genuine Royal Order of Jesters private lapel. This is a certificate that a jester receives after his initiation, and you see here their patron is named King Momus, and he was a god or a daemon, which is a
Don't go
very
sleeping out loud.
demon who was expelled from heaven, as the legend goes. Sounds just like Lucifer, because it is. Did Freemasonry disassociate themselves from the tax-exempt branch of Freemasonry known as the Jesters?
Just being
No,
here listening is helpful.
because,
No.
I mean, this is rare footage of an event within the lodge. Now, I'm sorry about the quality of this, but this is a Masonic lodge. So for Masons that want to say that the Jesters are contrary to Masonry, well, look. Look at these dirty old men. Masters of the lodge with sublime morals. All married, probably all have daughters and granddaughters, yet still this inside the lodge. But for you, it should be obvious, because you can see the square and compass, the sex act, and the all-seeing eye right in the middle. I told you that Satanism was the oldest religion in the world, and it is. The sex act was ritualized and organized as a religion before we called it Satanism. But Satan has always been the god, the horny god, the horned god.
Right, Rabbit?
All of them, from Samaria to Egypt to Greece and so on. That's called paganism. And the
He
real
doesn't have a channel currently.
paganism, the one not written by hand, the one that's older than any book, the one that
Really an
supersedes,
old one, but he hasn't used it in years.
thus making it the purest and most unadulterated word of God in the eyes of the Freemasons, is nature. Nature is their Bible.
Yes,
Before you
Luna.
think there's nothing wrong with that, wait a second, because you're not thinking straight. Ask a Mason, whether he be a first degree or a 33rd degree, what is Freemasonry? And the universal go-to answer is this: a peculiar system of morality veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. Now, why would you need to veil your morals? Because in their peculiar system, evil is good and good is evil. That's Satanism 101. A peculiar system of morals. That should tell you something. That should tell you everything. Why would your morals need to be a secret? Because their deeds are in fact evil. Glorifying the laws of nature, where cruelty and self-obsession are virtuous characteristics. That's nature. Nature is as cruel as she is kind. The checkered floorboard, where everything is legal. It's Christianity that lives in reverse. The first shall be last. Love your enemies. The meek shall inherit the earth. These are unholy and unnatural concepts in the eyes of visible nature, the nature of Freemasonry, which is Satanism. What the Freemasons really mean by this morality veiled in allegory is that they're allowed to steal because nature allows it. They're allowed to kill because nature allows it. They're allowed to commit adultery because nature isn't monogamous. They're allowed to lie, indulge in all their God-given senses, especially sexual, because nature encourages it, as long as no one finds out, under oath. Jesus said, narrow is the road that leads to life, and broad is the road that leads to destruction. The Freemason of the century says, no true Mason can be narrow, for his lodge is the divine expression of all broadness, because broad are the divine laws of nature. While they glorify those laws, Christianity breaks those laws. It becomes supernatural, because only then can you love your enemy. And so it goes that Christianity is despised by Freemasonry, the real Freemasons, because their Bible is nature. And by nature, they know the personality traits of their God, Satan, because he's the God of this world, just as the Freemasons, the enemies of mankind, say that he is. And just like Jesus said he was too. So they believe that Jesus is evil because he denies human nature and burdens us with the knowledge of sin. Observable nature, that's what guides the Masons' ethics and the Masons' morals. That's why they're called Freemasons. Believe you me, because they're free from moral obligations, free from sin, from guilt. They're free from Jesus Christ. These people are introducing this new system of the world, this new age. You're going to miss Christianity when it's gone. Mark my words. Because you have no rights in the eyes of nature, which is the Bible of Freemasonry and Satanism. And soon that will become painfully plain as a fact of life. Now, please, I give you fair warning of what's to come in this presentation. It's very disturbing, or at least it should be. But cause to celebrate follows the disgusting things you're about to see. This is precisely where my own life and well-being come into danger. So let me say this right now. If you hear of my sudden death or of my possession of 0.5 kilogram of cocaine or child porn or my overdose or my suicide, remember this video. And if something so unfortunate should happen to me, may it serve as a catapult to you and as a remembrance of the conclusion to this presentation, which is this many minutes away. Do I really think they're going to make me pay for this video, for breaking my oaths? Well, seeing as people are so far gone, lost in the illusion that secret societies have constructed around you and inside you, and seeing as they can simply pull this video down, close my account and whatnot, no, I don't think they'll come up. But if they do, let me say this to the Grand Lodge that orders my demise right now. Jesus wins. So in saying all that, here we go. Is Scott Morrison a Satanist? I'll let you answer that. Here is a ritual that Scott and every Freemason from this guy to this girl have performed. There is one Masonic apron you'll never see being worn. This one. And when I bumped into it, I thought it was a fake. Until I found this in Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, official Masonic literature, written for Masons only. On this page, what is that head doing there? You'll find out in a sec. Let's read the description of the apron worn in this degree. Speaking of the initiates, it states, they wear white aprons sprinkled with blood red and lined and bordered with black. On the flap of the apron, a bloody arm holding a dagger, and on the apron, a bloody arm holding a bloody head by the hair. Now this is why there's an illustration of a decapitated head. And this is going to become to a bone-chilling conclusion. So during this ritual, the candidate removes the blindfold and discovers a basin of water with a tumbler beside it. He's also astonished to find a human head lying on the floor. The master of ceremonies returns and directs the candidate to take up the knife in his right hand and the head in his left. Yes, this pope, this rock star, this pop star, this actor, this actress,
yes, he was,
this beloved prime minister. This is what they've done. All of them, hands down. And you thought all you needed to be is talented to succeed? No, you need to belong to the secret society called Freemasonry. And believe me, when you belong to them, you belong to them. Now you tell me, can these people end up believing in Lucifer? Is that really a stretch? Carrying around a bloody head? Swearing to have your brain cooked, tongue torn out from the roots if you ever reveal anything? No, the stretch is that you think they couldn't believe in Lucifer. That's the stretch. Lucifer, the one who sets you free, remember, from sin by sinning. Can you now see the bloody spirit of Freemasonry lurking behind the veneer of charity and the veneer of Christianity? Because Scott Morrison goes to church, apparently. The Pope is a Christian, apparently. But look at these people. So-called Christians, or Christians, gathered around a giant erect phallus in the middle of the Catholic square. This is Freemasonry, the demolition of morals, the creation of hypocrisy, and the demolition of true virtue. These minds are directing the future. Now, to be fair, I don't know if these heads are real heads. I never got that far to find out. But I will tell you this. All the skulls they use they're real. All the skeletons they use they're real. And they run every single noteworthy funeral home in Australia and the world. I know that personally and for a fact. Once again,
Oof.
you are only seeing the tip of the iceberg, because I can't bring myself to tell you about what I really know of the rituals that come after the 33rd degree Freemasonry.
Yeah, you'd have to watch from the
As much as
beginning,
they
I think.
celebrate life in various grotesque ways, they also celebrate death in ritual form, which are the things I can't speak of to you. They have to celebrate death in order to prove that they can see things through the all-seeing eye, the one that sees above evil and above good, the checkered floorboard where things kill each other to live, where life is cruel, where morals are broad. There is no sin. There is only nature. See, these Masonic rituals are designed to desensitize the candidate further and further in preparation for the raw truth of Satanism, the truth which is plainly stated by the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry. Lucifer is the light bearer, and that you should doubt it not, from their own literature and from their own mouths. Until finally the candidate's introduction into the royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft, the ancient craft. Why do you think that witchcraft has disappeared? It never disappeared. It was hidden, forced to go into hiding by the appearance of Jesus on the human scene. Another reason why he's passionately hated, and soon him and his ways will be done away with in this new world.
Jody Sue's
So,
baby daddy, guys.
You still don't believe me? You're still doubting all the evidence, like the Freemasons are counting on you to doubt. Well, remember from the Encyclopedia of American Religions, the continuing impact of speculative modern Freemasonry provided fertile soil in which new magical orders could grow. Watch this 2-minute clip. I can vouch for every single thing you hear come from the former Masons' mouths.
In the initiation in Freemasonry, we had to be recommended by another Mason. Well, in order to join witchcraft, you have to be first screened. You have to be recommended by somebody currently in witchcraft.
Well, when I was initiated, I was blindfolded and bound by a rope, and on your bare chest was thrust the point of a spear.
In witchcraft, we were initiated through a very involved ritual, initiation ceremony, wherein the candidate was led blindfolded, bound by a rope to the edge of the magic circle.
And the rope is around your neck and your lid forward. And up front, at the eastern end of the building, is a person who's a worshipful master. And you kneel down before him as if he were a god.
You were met by the high priest or high priestess at that time, usually with a sword to your chest.
When I went to enter the lodge, a sharp object was put to my left breast. And I was warned that should I reveal any of the secrets of Freemasonry, to know what to expect.
When you're presented before the high priest, a sword is held against your chest, and you actually take a blood oath, promising to remain faithful to the secrets of witchcraft.
Well, when you are in the room, this blindfold is taken away from you, and this is a time when they say that you're coming from darkness into light.
During the initiation ceremony, the initiate is led by the lieutenant of the high priest and is challenged at the edge of the circle by someone saying, "Who goes there?" And the answer is, "One from the world of darkness."
In Masonry, the prayers are ended with "Salute thee."
Oh, and one of the other aspects of, or distinctives of the craft was that we would always end any spell or ritual where we released the powers, where the power was released, with the word "so mote it be."
By now, this should sound like a stupid question, but why do you think that the initiation ceremonies into witchcraft are almost identical to that of Freemasonry? I'm not even going to answer that. Come on, people, wake up with me. Here's Kylie Minogue, a Freemason, okay? Hidden hand of Freemasonry and the one-eye symbolism of the god of her religion. Now here she is giving the vow of silence, But what the masses fail to see is what's written on the book she's holding. Witchcraft, the royal art of Freemasonry. This is what her vow of silence is referring to in the picture. Yes, Kylie Minogue is a witch. And if you're still that deluded by the magic wand that is television, entertainment, movies, media, and whatnot, then you'll no doubt fail to use the incredible eyes that God gave you, from which to see the real world with, the evil world, where Satanists are at the helm. The ban on witchcraft was only officially lifted in England in the 50s, after more than 1,500 years. So that's...
I'm a little afraid to pause it because it might freeze. But, okay, so I need you to remember back to Chris McDonough when he went to the house with Candus. And he was walking around the house with her, and she was explaining about the dogs, and she said, my neighbor across the creek shares some of these dogs with me. Remember, Jody Sue says in one of her lives, I know how them pups act because them are part my pups too. Okay, so let's connect the dots here. Donald Wells comes home and says he sees his neighbor standing outside. He just knew Summer got gone. He just knew. We got Jody Sue on her live saying how she's walking around outside and walking around the creek so that she doesn't leave a scent for dogs that might be coming. Like, come on, guys, like really. And then we got Candus just recently even talking, and she's kind of defensive over Andrew. Are we putting two and two together here? Who possibly did Candus sell her daughter to, or Candus and Donald sell their daughter to? Is Jody lying because she's afraid? Is she, like, what is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, but that is her baby daddy, part of the Freemasons there in Kingsport. There's much bigger things people should be digging in than creator on creator drama. Let me freaking tell you. And as I said, when we get through this, you're going to see my conversation with, I'm calling him Alt because I screw his name up all the time, Altman. You're going to, and who he pinpoints in the case and why, which it's, I mean, it's right there. He's going to say it's Baltimore, it's Andrew, it's Jody Sue's baby daddy that very much concerns him in this case. And Jody Sue said Donald and Baltimore, Andrew, Andy, whatever he's called, came home about the same time, right? Now, I don't want to get out of this. I want this to continue where I'd pull up a bunch of interviews and I'm not kidding you, I can take several different interviews between Candus, Dawn, and Jody Sue and intertwine it to exactly everything he's saying and pointing out. And I'm going to. That'd be another 5-hour live, but just go back after you watch this, go back and re-listen to Jody Sue's interviews and some even Candus's recent interviews. It's all there.
Tells you who's in control now. And when I give you a glimpse into witchcraft in a minute, you'll see why it's evil and why it should be anything but legal, even when using it for so-called good, because the well they draw from is poisoned. But thanks to propaganda, the craft of the witch has been absorbed into the realm of fantasy. Justin Timberlake here is also referring to magic in this cover art, with the all-seeing eye looking through the number of their god. Magic. Magic is a much smoother and more acceptable word than witchcraft, that other word. That word still retains its ferociousness, its true character, but that word has been sterilized. That word isn't real to you anymore. You can't feel it for what it really is. Or if you do, your mind has isolated it, confined it to some small groups of unimportance scattered here and there over this diverse world. And so it's nothing to be feared or concerned about. But that's the furthest thing from the truth. Now, some witches want to say that witchcraft isn't Satanism. That's either more delusion or misdirection. as confirmed here by Anton LaVey in the Companion to the Satanic Bible, when speaking of the followers of the Witchcraft Not Satanism school.
Yeah.
He writes very accurately that they cannot afford to admit to an affinity with anything that bears the name Satan. He knows where the power of witchcraft comes from. Now, does that mean that Justin Timberlake is a Satanist because of his symbolism and the use of his word alluding to witchcraft in his artwork? Well, yes, actually, that's correct. He is. Here's a quote from one of his songs. You want to see who else is in good company with these famous idols? Suzanne Atkins. Same sign, same religion.
Thank you for the cash app.
Satanism. Do they all have to admit it in the English language for you to believe me? Or can the symbols they use finally be enough for you? Look at what another legendary Freemason, Arthur E. Waite, states. Out of evil comes good. And the confusion of tongues gave rise to the ancient practice of Masons conversing without the use of speech. Out of evil comes good, so it's good to do evil. That's what he's saying. See, I'm trying to include you into the conversation that the Freemasons are having with each other in public via symbolism, unbeknownst to you.
Good night, Linda.
Listen to what famous US footballer Tom Brady said regarding his wife.
So, man, I listened to her. And right after the game, she said, see, I did a lot of work. You do your work, I do mine. She said, you're lucky you married a witch. I'm just a good witch.
Well, this is Tom Brady. And this is his wife. Both initiated into the secret society. Of course they are. Wait, she's not displaying the one-eye symbol of the Freemasons, is she? That's just art, isn't it? Well, no, it's not. She's a witch, and her husband just told you she was. Here's Steve Miller's front cover to the famous song Abracadabra, and he covers his eye because he's a member of the one-eyed religion, and abracadabra is a legitimate word used in witchcraft. Here it is in the 100-year-old Encyclopedia of Freemasonry.
No, because it's supposed to be
Why would
secret.
the word abracadabra be in the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, the fraternity that runs charities, hospitals, nursing homes, and that secretly supply us with
Jodie C. Brown, I think it's called.
prime ministers, kings and queens, and the bulk of our entertainers. Why? You know, I really think.
That's forward a little.
And I'll show you how bad this menace actually gets. As the world's most powerful and secret religion moves ever closer to fulfilling its biblical destiny, and it will. Close your eyes or not, it will fulfill its destiny. Firstly, let's connect this sick art straight to modern Freemasonry with the word abracadabra. Both written in triangular form from the Manual of Witchcraft and from the Encyclopedia of the Secret. This demon here, fifth in the pyramid structure, holds the title of Inspector General. And what's the title of the highest degree in Freemasonry, who exists in every local lodge in every suburb, a suburb near you? Inspector General. Same title as the living demon. Do you believe me now? You can even conjure Lucifer himself, or be Beelzebub, who the Gospels call the Prince of the Devils. Both of whom are listed as superior spirits in this book of witchcraft and magic. I can show you so much more from this disgusting book, but I'll cut it off here with the seal of Saturn, a demonic sigil from the complete book of magic and witchcraft. And this is his seal. Can you see?
Right.
Do you see? This is the society that lives amongst you, above you. The one-eyed religion of Freemasonry, hidden right in front of those who have their eyes wide shut. I'm going to now show you what that world that they are building from the ashes of the one you're currently living in looks like. But lastly, to drive this business of blood sacrifice home, here's American rapper Azealia Banks with the 666 hand sign, and now over the all-seeing eye in her video, the eye in the triangle of the Freemasons on her shirt, and the devil's horns, her liberator, her master, her commander. And now displaying the secret society vow of silence. Along with that, the last brief glimpse into the highly concealed royal art of Freemasonry.
The amount of crap that's about to come off my floor right now, guys. Oh my God. 3 years worth of brujeria. Yes, you know I gotta scrape all this shit up.
And what does brujeria mean? You know what it means. Witchcraft. Azealia Banks, the witch, with her eye in the triangle shirt, and the logo of, for example, the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry in Spain. One and the same symbol. The logo of the Fraternity of the Freemasons and the logo of this Church of Lucifer. The one eye. One and the same symbol. Freemasonry has deceived you. Yes, people, now you know how Satanism has functioned out of sight and out of mind. You still think there's no such thing as witchcraft? Or that it only existed in the olden days? You still think that blood isn't a part of the royal art? You still think that local Masonic lodges of the world are not filtering systems for Satanists and a cloak for organized Satanism with a grand master plan for the world? You think there's nothing to the blood sacrifice of Jesus Christ? After seeing all this and the Azealia Banks clip, and after realizing that there exists a hidden and guarded science of the art of blood sacrifice, you think there was no science behind Jesus' crucifixion, a deeper reality that we can't see or understand? You think Jesus didn't know what he was doing? Or are you one of those who still think he didn't exist? Tell me, how can they hate something that doesn't exist? If only you could hear from some other Freemasons who have the courage to break their oaths. But you won't. You won't. This is probably it. But I once heard from a Freemason, an honest one, in about 2016, after I posted this picture on Facebook. He knew the truth, just like you do now, or just like you should. And he wrote to me, and he said, by the time we are done, every church will be a brothel. Well, in case you think that that's impossible, this is a fashion show that was held in a church, a real church, and it was organized by high-ranking Freemasons, who you will see now to be Satanists. Designed to be a heart-wrenching mockery and a colossal sign of the times, this event. Just so you know, it's a Masonic production. Here's the inside of a lodge. See those twin pillars? Well, here they are. See the Masonic checkered floorboard? Well, there it is. See the Masonic square and compass? Well, there it is. And do you see the eye of Freemasonry? Yeah, there they are. The lower square in the square and compass has been disfigured so that as to not make it too obvious. But now that we've established that, here is the spirit of Freemasonry, as displayed through just a few of the models. This one wears the horns of the Baphomet, the horns of Satan, with his all-seeing eye in the background. More horns. This model wears the all-seeing eye, as does this one. And this disgusting thing with another huge all-seeing eye of Lucifer in the background. Then there's this, with a satanic pentagram on her face. And finally, this male model in a skirt with two satanic inverted crosses of Jesus Christ on his top in a church. Oh, the morbid victory of the Freemasons. Unstoppable. For now. When people like Lady Gaga cover one eye while wearing an inverted cross, and you don't see the connection of the one eye symbolism to Satanism, then your observational skills have been compromised. In the span of 2 days, I saw these ads in my local shopping center. And that alone tells me that the satanic age is here, manifesting all around us, seemingly invisible, while you look straight ahead through the symbols. Just like the initiation process of the secret societies themselves, society at large must be incrementally introduced and seduced into further depravity and self-love. And haven't we been slowly but surely perverted over time, degree by degree, until we think that men dressing as women is beautiful and healthy? Anal sex is a form of expressing love. The sick world of pornography is considered as liberating for women and men and protected by free speech. In California, babies are allowed to be aborted after birth because it's a woman's choice. And that's not considered murder. A world where we should applaud young children like Desmond is amazing, cross-dressing while he dances for gay men at a gay bar on a podium because he's paving the way for the kids of the future. And we should get shamed, fined, and even jailed if we point out
I don't know.
this is sick, sinful, and dare call it evil, which is what it is. What spirit is behind Desmond is amazing? Oh yeah, an evil spirit, no doubt about it. You think Freemasonry and their peculiar morals aren't behind the decline of Christian morality and morality worldwide? It's all by design. The Masonic war on Jesus and the Christian social structure, generally undetected by human perceptions, and still people will write to me and comment on how absurd what I've said is. A cloud over the eyes of their heart. Well, I'll tell you this. There is no bigger axe that has ever been grinded than the one Freemasonry grinds. Because the appearance of Jesus Christ pretty much destroyed their religion, drove it underground, and they will have their revenge. Soon you're going to see it. We've all been initiated into the lowest levels of materialistic Satanism under the banner of secular humanism. I know blokes who think that life's great, mate. Life's terrific. Life's what you make it. Evil, Lucifer, Satan, these are just words that Christians invented to help them sleep better at night. There are no cults. There are no conspiracies. John F. Kennedy's speech about secret societies plotting against the world, that's not relevant anymore. That's history. There's no such thing as Satanism amongst civilized people. Oh, children, when darkness comes to your door, takes your wife, takes your health, your job, your home, your freedom, your children, then you call out, oh my God, this is evil. Why is this happening to me? Well, here comes the darkness. Here comes the evil. You want to know what the New World Order looks like? You want to know what the future holds? You want to know what horror is coming to our planet? As Jesus told us, for then there will be great distress, unequaled from the beginning of the world until now, and never to be equaled again. Ladies.
So trigger warning, he does get more and more detailed. If some of you are like, oh, this is freaky, it gets worse because again, it gets worse. So the things that he hasn't talked about yet, just think about what's coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Masonic New World Order. These are the mysterious Georgia Guidestones, also known as the American Stonehenge. They are a set of granite monoliths which were constructed in 1980 and funded by an unknown and anonymous group and commissioned by a man using the pseudonym R.C. Christian. On a ledger beside the monument is written, "Let these be guidestones to an age of reason." Here we have a reference to a new age. With this, we get a clue as to the spirit behind the structure. The Age of Reason happens to be the title of a book by Thomas Paine. Now, you can color him any which way you want to, but whichever way, one glaring color shines through. Thomas was a hater of Christianity. That's the second clue to the spirit behind the Georgia Guidestones. The third is the fact that the Guidestones feature as what could be seen as a replacement to the 10 Commandments of the Christian God with the new 10 Commandments of the New Age. Because I will not steal, cheat, lie, kill, and so on. They're just, well, too narrow for the New Age, for the Age of Reason. Clearly designed to be a take on the biblical commandments, being 10 in number. They are all very vague indeed. But anyone can ascertain the horror that must first take place before this new age can begin by looking at the first guideline, because this one's not vague at all. Maintain humanity at under 500 million. That's right, a reduction of at least 7 billion human beings would be necessary for that. This thing cost the equivalent of $500,000 US to build, and the street it's located on is named after it. So that tells you how much reach its creators had. Its presence alone is a disgrace and a declaration of execution to most living people alive today. But let's go on to the fourth clue as to the spirit behind these monuments. The monuments outlining the Age of Reason. The name R.C. Christian, the so-called person who commissioned the building of these giant slabs, anyone who's versed in secret societies or is a high-ranking member themselves would instantly recognize the pseudonym as a reference to the secret society known as the Rosicrucians, which is just another secret society branch that exists under the umbrella of Freemasonry, which is an extension of all secret societies of the past and is now the mother of all of them.
Okay, Donna.
In this Masonic website, Worshipful Master Wynne Westcott urges the Freemasons to consider their status as Rosicrucians. The RC stands for Rosenkreuz. Christian Rosenkreuz is the mythical founder of the Rosicrucian order. And as impossible as it is for me to prove that Thomas Paine himself, the writer of Age of Reason, was a Freemason, he did also write this book, The Origin of Freemasonry. That is the spirit behind the Georgia Guidestones, the satanic spirit, and a straight off the bat view of this approaching new age. I told you, the whole system is about to change, and it's not going into the future. It's actually going back into the past. The old religion, that's what's taking everything over. And you'll walk straight into it, blind as a bat, thinking these people want to help you. They will appear as your saviors, forgetting or never being told in the first place that all this time there have been two societies in the world, the visible one, which is the one we're in, and the invisible one. Remember that the invisible one considers you profane, vile, and vulgar. Why on earth would they want to keep you around? In a book I can't mention written by them, people are referred to as useless eaters. We've become excess inventory, redundant, and past our use-by date in their eyes. Think about this. According to a prediction by information technology and research advisory firm Gartner, 1/3 of jobs will be replaced by software, robots, and smart machines by 2025. That's 4 years away. Google engineering director Ray Kurzweil anticipates that robots will have reached human-level intelligence by 2029. And by 2050, 80% of all jobs will be eliminated by automation. What on earth are you and your family good for then? What do you think the secret society will do to the vile multitude then?
Yep.
The utopia is coming, but it ain't your utopia. You still think that by the measure of the minds of international Satanism, you should be kept around? This excess baggage that the bulk of society has become? No, no, no. The new age is dawning. And generally speaking, you're not invited. It'll just look like you are. Remember that Charles Darwin, the Freemason, is listed as an influential figure in the Satanic Church. So mass murder and mass death are natural and necessary themes in the name of evolution, and artificially induced evolution into this. He's the same image in real life in ALOT, Israel, seemingly unrelated to the seal on US dollar bill, right? But standing in glory with a Masonic square and compass, telling you exactly who owns this pyramidal symbol, complete with the one eye on top. Same symbol, same designers, worshipping the same God. You should be getting goosebumps by now. Is this a conspiracy led by international Freemasonry? Oh, you don't have to bet your life on it, because your life has already been placed as a bet on your behalf and without your knowledge, but with your permission, because all of the information is hidden in plain sight. In your face is where it's hidden. You're going to lose this battle unless you've been hidden in Jesus Christ, the only one who warned you that the new age is a trap and that it is the climax to this epic drama being played out on planet Earth. Now hang on, brace yourself, because I ain't going to let you down. This is a magazine called The New Age, but if you press rewind, you can find its source. Supreme Council of 33 Degree Freemasonry. This one stretches way back to 1922. See the twin pillars of Freemasonry? Look, this is 19th century Freemason and New Age pioneer Helena Blavatsky on the cover of this edition. She's the one who wrote that darkness is absolute light and that Satan is the god of our planet and that we are in hell. But do you think the readers of these magazines are told that? No. Darkness is sold as light. Satan is disguised, and it's him in the details. This Masonic New Age magazine was the precursor to all magazines and trends, promoting the great deception of self-love and spirituality. Meanwhile, you're feeding off the plate that Luciferians serve you. Look at how the Satanic Bible in 1966 reveals the reality behind the curtain. Evidence of a new satanic age. A new age. The new satanic age. All rigged and all propelled by Freemasonry. Satanism's magic cloak. After all, and I think you should have guessed by now that Anton Szandor LaVey, the founder of the Satanic Church, the one who vowed to help destroy Christianity, is himself a Freemason. I can't prove it to you, but I know it, because of not only his obvious fondness of the fraternity of the Freemasons and the mention of it in his Satanic Bible, and its vital role in the Satanic takeover, but also because of the symbols, specifically this one, generally called the Devil's Claw or the Lion's Paw. Freemason James de Rothschild displaying the Devil's Claw or the Lion's Paw. X Factor's L.A. Reid showing the Devil's Horns next to fellow Freemason Avril Lavigne. The Secret Society sign for the Devil's Number, and displaying the Devil's Claw over and over. The better example is with New Age guru Annie Besant, co-writer of Lucifer magazine and 33rd Degree Freemason, also showing the Lion's Paw here and here. But the best example I have is with Aerosmith. Guitarist Joe Perry clearly displaying the sign of the Master of the Second Veil of the Freemasons, and right next to him, Steven Tyler, doing the Lion's Paw. Clearly both Freemasons, secretly showing their allegiance with symbols. And here's Anton LaVey displaying the same Masonic symbol. Yes, a Freemason founded the Satanic Church. Now that we know who's really behind the so-called New Age, listen to some of the confessions of the New Agers in their literature, once you scrape past all the talk of spirituality and love and rainbows. New Age author, feminist and hater of Christianity, Barbara G. Walker writes in The Woman's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, a 666, 666, was the magic number of the triple Aphrodite. She further compliments the number when she calls it the miraculous number 666. Speaking of the New Age to come, PhD Christopher Hyatt writes in Undoing Yourself, as we moved closer and closer to the well-planned for and long-awaited invocation of the Prime Minister unto the very King of Hell, the Grand Vicar of Lord Lucifer. Yes, the very well-planned for and very long-awaited indeed. Do you see what's coming? Mr. Hyde also enlightens us in the fact that opposites do not exist apart from the mind. Evil and good are all in your head. That's why you should brace yourself, because these are the minds creating the New World System. He confirms this. The New Age will require new men, men of high consciousness and fortitude. All of our present dogma models will crumble. He means the Christian and the Christian social structure will crumble. In the introduction to the book, another PhD, Robert Anton Wilson, tells you what the New Age really thinks of the Christian social structure, which you have more or less enjoyed your whole life, Christian or not. Christianity and democracy have been among the worst disasters to ever befall the human race. I told you, atheists, you're going to miss Christianity when it's gone. Here's a picture of Robert with the Masonic eye in the triangle on the wall behind him. Remember where the term New.
So they slowly started doing this by even the subtlest change. And I remember this change because I remember getting yelled at as a kid, but I remember being confused why was the word changing. But do you guys remember when they were trying to make Xmas a thing? I think it still might be a thing, but it is not in my world. And it's I used to always do it for short. Merry Xmas, Merry Xmas. And then that's when someone said, you're taking Christ out of Christmas now? Like, and I was like, oh, shoot, I didn't even think about it like that. But it hit me then. I was like, oh, shit, yeah, you're right. But a lot of people don't even think about that. They just use it. And that's what's happening when you do that. Which is the whole point of Christmas.
New Age came from. So once again, do you think that the new system, the New Age, is going to be democratic, a system that respects you or gives a damn about what you think once it's in place? Let me answer it this way. Christopher Hayek quotes from one of his literary heroes and famed philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, who said, "What is more harmful than any vice? Active sympathy for the ill-constituted and weak, Christianity." So to be a Christian and to actively have sympathy for the weak, that's the worst vice. That's backward and evil. So the answer is no. This is what I'm warning you about. And look, Frederick's work has exerted a profound influence on modern history. That's from Wikipedia. You know what else Frederick said? You probably won't find this on Wikipedia. The domestic animal, the herd animal, the sick animal man. That's the Christian. And what book of Friedrich Nietzsche were these quotes pulled from? The Antichrist. Nietzsche also wrote Beyond Good and Evil. That's how the all-seeing eye sees things, remember? So does Christopher Hayek mention mass murder and depopulation in his book? Sure, here you go. Those who would survive can do so only by grasping the vision of what lies ahead. The new wave that will carry them into an interesting future. Yeah, where the vicar of Lucifer is God and Prime Minister. He openly admits the identity of this man.
The killer.
This Antichrist that most of you still think is a fairy tale figure from a fairy tale book. Jesus calls him the man of sin whose number is 666. Actual
I think he's out too. I think he speaks
beloved of the
against it
secret
now.
societies.
I might be wrong.
Yes, people. The New Age is satanic, actually and literally. On the front cover of this book, in which Christopher was co-writer, you can clearly see the eye in the triangle of the Freemasons above the Baphomet. Christopher admits in another book that both satanic cults and Christian fundamentalists are closer to seeing the truth than most normal people. Yes, indeed, how true that is. In Coming World Changes, Harriet and Homer Curtis speak of a prophecy they received from a mysterious spirit titled King of the World. Now, I wonder who that could be. Think not that any country in this broad world can escape. And they also speak of the long-expected great teacher, the king of the new one-world government. The victors will remain as the seed of the new race to people the new land for the new sixth great race. This is the race that Luciferian Lady Gaga referred to. All part of the plan. In Threshold to Tomorrow, New Age author Ruth Montgomery writes on page 206 that only those open to the reality of one world will be around to enjoy it. Sounds like another vague suggestion for mass murder. Vera Elder Stanley's book title implies much the same thing. initiation of the world. That's right, it's coming. You think Vera hasn't been initiated into the secret one-eyed religion? What else has she authored? How about the finding of the third eye, the all-seeing eye? New Age author John Randolph Price writes in The Planetary Commission, in question and answer form, how do you define the Antichrist? The answer is pretty amazing. Any individual or group who denies the divinity of man as exemplified by Jesus Christ, the higher self of each individual, which Jesus Christ never exemplified because he is God. If you deny that mere men and women are divine gods, you are unfit for the glorious New Age kingdom. And you are the definition of Antichrist. In Practical Spirituality, he prepares his readers for a population drop of 2.5 billion people before the New Age period can begin. On page 32 of New Age author Barbara Marx Hubbard's book, Happy Birthday Planet Earth, she states that people will either change or die. That's the choice, she says. Notice the New Age has a new gospel, yet all the while, the world will be neglected of the information in the real gospels, where it warns and predicts. For if someone comes and preaches another Jesus, not the Jesus whom we preached, or another gospel, you are most beautifully tolerant of them. In the Book of Knowledge, The Keys of Enoch, the writer has a quote-unquote direct experience with two spirits, Enoch and Metatron, and they share with the writer spiritually scientific teachings regarding the new system of things soon to be fully manifest. The reason this work is considered extra special amongst its readers is because it was the first book to point out the alignment between the Great Pyramid and the constellation of Orion. The first book ever. That's basically proof that these spirits, Enoch and Metatron, are the real deal. Not only that, it was also the first book to show the direct relationship between DNA coding and the divine name.
Oh, shit.
That's pretty serious, and the atheists should be really waking up by now, because this is the world's most powerful and secret religion we're talking about, nothing less. The writer was told that those who govern the earth are those who have fallen from the heavens. He calls them the masters, and even states that they were punished with penalties that were assigned to each. These are the fallen angels of the Bible, people. These are the masters of the Masonic New Age, as proven here in one of the illustrations from the book. Same symbology. This worldwide catastrophe that is coming will bring about a complete reorganization of Earth's life system. And like all high-grade initiates of the secret societies, every attempt is made to bring positivity to the number of the Vicar of Lucifer. I was given instruction to use the specific light harmonics 666, 999, and 12, 12, 12. The spirits further inform the writer of the Keys of Enoch that the pattern 666 is used to identify you with respect to the Earth's vibration. The number of the beast of the Book of Revelation of Jesus Christ is not only being glorified, it's manifesting in the world. And from another illustration from the book, once again, the same image we see being used over and over with the eye on top of the pyramid. This is the secret religion that encompasses us and has been influencing us for decades upon decades, 2 to 3 centuries, in fact.
Yeah, just praise it.
The Gospels explain this is an absolute counterfeit of the truth. Christ is mentioned everywhere, but not Jesus Christ. No, this is the Antichrist spirit, who will eventually manifest and appear to the world as one man. Doesn't sound so mythical anymore when you see.
Just to put a smile on some of y'all's faces, are we going to ignore the fact that his hairline is given a triangle right now? And the curtain? Just kidding.
That the enemies of Jesus Christ and those behind the New World System, they use biblical terms. And Christ, to depict the antithesis, the anti of the real Christ, their savior. And these spirits from the world we can't see are the ones who taught mankind the sick art of witchcraft. Look at who supplies this book online, sacredmagic.com. You know what magic really is and what it really entails now. So once again, you can see the connection, the relationship. If you still think that this phrase, New World Order, is a conspiracy theory, you're suffering from a medical condition. On the Lucius Trust website, the consultants to the European Union, you find the statement that the New World servers are occupied with the task of inaugurating the New World Order.
It's correct.
In the same article, this shocking admission is made. 2/3 of humanity will stand upon the path at the close of this age, and with that, 1/3 will die.
About this time last year, I think, because I started writing him about like 3 or 4 months after he made this and done this. I started contacting him.
Or to put it surreptitiously, will be held over for later unfoldment. That's the Lucius Trust. The word Lucius being the replacement for the word Lucifer, who works hand in hand with the EU, the European Union, stating that 2.5 billion human beings are planned to be killed off, all predicted by Jesus and only Jesus. And if you still think I'm joking or misleading you about what these people are and what they plan to do, here's a book written by the founder of the Lucius Trust, the Freemason Alice Bailey, Education in the New Age, where she, well, educates you about mass population reduction. When
It's not upside down, friends.
or too diseased or too crippled for the expression of that
Thank
purpose,
you, Rizzo.
it is, from the point of view of the hierarchy, no disaster when that form has to go. Death is not a disaster to be feared. The work of the destroyer is not really cruel or undesirable. Do you see? Did you hear that? Through the all-seeing eye of Lucifer, the destroyer, for the purpose of the new world, death and mass murder isn't evil, it's good. And Alice Bailey in The Labors of Hercules also tries to re-educate us and protect that God-forsaken number, predicted in the Gospels to be associated with evil. The number of the physical plane activity is called the number of the beast. This idea seems to have a horrible fascination with many, but what it really means is that Virgo is the symbol of triplicity. 6 on the physical plane, 6 on the emotional plane, and 6 on the mental plane. Not 666 at all.
Oh, someone in this one too.
And one more time, from the consultants to the European Union, from their website, Lucius Trust, to prove to you that these people are all working toward and waiting for the world leader. The coming of the avatar and the advent of the coming one are the keynotes of the prevalent expectancy.
Hear that?
After everything I've shown you, are you going to ignore this? Or worse, are you going to trust these people of whom were predicted this very condemnation 2,000 years ago? Right down to a one-world system, depopulation, and to the man who will carry the number 666, and with it, implement a new system in which you won't be able to buy or sell unless you receive a mark in your hand or forehead. And what's just been announced by Business Insider? Cashless society. Due to this, by 2024. This is the manufactured trend for the world. And you better believe it's fulfilling biblical prophecy.
1 second, guys. There's a knock at our door. Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They were trying to deliver pizza, but it wasn't for us. Ah.
Prophecy. You know that book that's been ripped out of schools and hysterically discredited? Why do you think there's a single eye displayed on all the covers of George Orwell's dystopian novel 1984? It's because the one-eye religion is the one in permanent control.
That's weird.
Christianity have been utterly extinguished, and the remaining population live in a whole new level of permanent communism. It is well known that George Orwell himself had ties with the Fabian Society, which is a secret society complete with degrees of initiation. Tucked away neatly somewhere under the wing of Freemasonry, the Fabian Society's logo used to be this: a wolf in sheep's clothing, which is exactly what Freemasonry is. And it was a metaphor for gradually advancing socialism.
Killer.
Socialism is communism for slow learners. This level of denial on our part has been brought on by mass propaganda, because everything has been weaponized to work against you and God's truth. Education, entertainment, and economics. You're a slave to each one. And Freemasonry is the slave master. Listen to the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry tell you about it in Morals and Dogma. The blind force of the people is a force that must be economized and also managed as the blind force of steam. You are just blind energy to them, made to be enslaved. This force must have a brain. Where do you think the brain is?
Right, Killer? I'm like, wait a minute, that's fucking weird, right? I mean, with what we're doing, we have never gotten that. So, I mean, yeah. They were like, did you order pizza? He's like, no. And then I'm like, what was that? He was like, they were delivering pizza but got the wrong address. I'm like, that's fucking weird timing. Yes, I just spoke to him a couple days ago, so he's still safe.
It's the brain, obviously. And he's saying that we're just the body parts that move to its will.
We didn't get the pizza.
Pictures I took of the local obelisk in my town. An erect phallus hidden in plain sight. See how the cube at the bottom is rough? In Freemasonry, it's called the rough ashlar stone, which is from Morals and Dogma. The rough ashlar is the people, rude and unorganized.
What did they say?
What it says for coal? I'm like, no.
Oh, who was it?
No.
Domino's.
Once again, you can see with this secret society secretly thinks of you.
Did he have pizzas in his hand?
Built on top is
He did?
smooth.
Oh.
That's called the perfect ashlar. The perfect ashlar is the state, the rulers. Yeah, the one-eye sex cult of Freemasonry, which hides its master, Satanism. Now, where is this brain taking us? Remember, this guy is the general who fought against the United States forces to uphold the institution of slavery. And the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, who calls you the vulgar herd and the ignorant multitude, and admits that, yes, unbelievably so, Lucifer is the light bearer. This is the highest authority in Freemasonry, the secret religion of all our leaders and idols. Believe it. Now listen to this. The papacy and rival monarchies, all that will become the heritage of the temple, meaning the temple of Freemasonry. The world will soon come to us for its sovereigns and pontiffs. We shall constitute the equilibrium of the universe and be rulers over the masters of the world. They're gonna own it all. And it's true. The papacy and the monarchy have fallen into their hands. All Freemasons now. This is a 150-year-old book, so you can see how far ahead they plan while we stay ignorant. How do you suppose that they won't achieve the New World Order? The New World Order of death. Of combined and systematic movement and effort, the great revolution prepared for by the ages will begin to march. The future is all planned for by them, and the revolution prepared for by the ages is coming, and it'll look like a natural occurring event, just as current events seem natural. Lastly, from his other book, Legenda, and reading from the ancient and accepted Scottish writer Freemasonry, Albert writes, and thus the warfare against the powers of evil, meaning Christianity, that crushed the order of the temple in the 1300s, goes steadily on, and freedom marches ever onward toward the conquest of the world.
No, we won't, Lisa.
The conquest of the world, guys. And this is their method. Ingenious as it is, the double-headed eagle, the left and right paradigm. Whether you are pro-abortion or life, prefer Macca's or KFC, Ford or Holden, vote Liberal or Labor, shop at Coles or Woolies, go for the Parramatta Eels or the Canterbury Bulldogs, always the two most opposing forces, the result always feeds the one belly. The two heads always serve the same Masonic beast. Do you get it? That's number one. Number two is the horribly magnificent motto of their double-headed eagle, Ordo ab Chaos. That means order out of chaos.
No, we didn't keep the
Ultimate
pizza.
way to achieve your sinister goals while looking like a hero. With one hand, they create beautiful and noble things. With the other hand, the hidden hand, they destroy and pervert. Then the helping hand comes back in to save or fix things again, alternating from one to the other, while nudging toward a predetermined goal until finally reaching that goal that's set in mind in the first place. All the while, you never knew that the same hand that's saving you is the same hand that was destroying you in the first place. Order out of chaos. Their order out of their chaos. Another way to look at it is this. Z creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others. Y reacts by asking Z for protection and help to solve the problem. Z offers the solution that was planned for by them long before the crisis occurred. Ordo ab Chaos, order out of chaos. Now you can change Z and Y to suit any scenario. For example, your best friend who wants to sleep with you creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others. You react by asking your best friend who wants to sleep with you for protection and help to solve the problem. Your best friend who wants to sleep with you offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis occurred. Each time your best friend gets closer and closer to you until eventually they're in your bed. How about your employee creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others? The employer reacts by asking the employee for help to solve the problem. The employee offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis occurred. The employee eventually gets the promotion. But this is the way I really want to put it. The government creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others.
Yeah, no, someone knocked on the door. If y'all heard it, it was the pizza man from Domino's. And Mr. Cher got the door. And they said, "Is your name Cole?" And Mr. Cher said, "No." And he had pizzas in his hand. He had the pizzas with him. And then I said, "Who was at the door?" He said, "The pizza man." But no, we didn't keep the pizzas because he said our name wasn't Cole. Why didn't you say you were Cole? He said, "Because that's not right." Damn it, he's too nice.
The population reacts by asking the government for protection and help to solve the problem. The government offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis even occurred. This is how the Great Revolution, prepared for by the ages by the Freemasons, will begin. So who's going to warn you? Even modern Christianity is steered by Freemasonry. Hillsong won't warn the sheep about Freemasonry and the one world government. What, the Hillsong senior pastor who wrote these books and lives here? No chance.
Hopefully it'll fix it.
Did modern day Christian heroes like Billy Graham warn you about Freemasonry? Well, no, because here he is giving the Master Mason grip to other Christian giants like Paul and Jan Crouch, all Freemasons. Here he gives the same third-degree handshake to former President Harry Truman, and here to a Muslim Freemason. Billy is listed as a Freemason in the 33rd degree Albert Mackey's History of Freemasonry by the publisher on the inside flap. Billy's son, Franklin Graham, also won't ever expose Freemasonry because he's too busy eating at Voodoo Donuts, where they sell these donuts and these pentagram donuts. More Haji or Hagi, throwing up the devil's horns. He'll never preach against Freemasonry. Neither will all these world-famous pastors, throwing up the devil's horns. The very popular Ray Comfort even stated that he wasn't.
Okay. Let me see here. Oh, snap, babe.
Wearing the Christian name tag, his whole band of Freemasons. Bono too should know better than anyone that a one world government is a trap as foretold in the Bible. But Bono supports it. Oh yeah, he works for it. Just like the Masonic Pope does.
The video has completely disappeared.
even if by some freak chance they didn't know any better. No disciple of Jesus can bend their knee to another man in the Masonic Lodge, calling him master and swear to keep secrets. Look what they call each other from the Encyclopedia of
Can you
Freemasonry.
still hear him?
Master Mason, Grand Master, Most Eminent Grand Master, and the most appalling title of all, Most Worshipful Master. Most worshipful. Do you see how extra diluted the Christian Freemason has to be when Jesus said, "Do not be called master, because one is your master"? And what about all those oaths? Don't worry, Jesus covered that too.
Okay, if you can still
What
hear
I tell
me,
you is
you're on
this: do not put yourself under oath at all, but let your yes mean yes and your no mean no. How's that for an idea? But the Freemasons' yes means no,
Oh, shit.
because they all swear to lie and conceal from the first degree initiation all the way through. What is whispered in your ear, proclaim it from the rooftops. That's Jesus. You see the contrast? How precise he was and still is. You think Bono and the Pope don't know about the Masonic calendar and how it's not the same calendar as ours? From the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, the real date of the world is found by adding 4000 to the Vulgar era. This whole Christian era is vulgar. So the year in the Masonic world is actually 6021. And this abbreviation is in French, the Vulgar era, beginning since the year of the Lord, since the year of
Computer
Jesus Christ.
totally shut off,
That's how
but
they
it's
think
still
about the
playing
current age.
somehow.
It's coming to a mind-blowing end by design.
It's fucking weird.
Now, do you think Freemasons aren't capable of mass murder? Well, Joseph Stalin murdered approximately 20 million people, and he was a Freemason, displaying the sign of the master of the second veil of Freemasonry. Vladimir Lenin was the leader of the Bolshevik Party, and he paved the way for the mass murder of 60 million people, mostly Christians, and he was a proud Freemason. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Adolf Hitler, a Freemason,
Oh, shit.
clearly giving the grip of a Master Mason. And here he sits next to his military leader, Hermann Göring, who is also displaying his allegiance to Freemasonry with a hidden hand. He even displays the Masonic triangle, just like fellow Masonic brother Jay-Z. The mind of Hitler surrounds you now. It just hasn't pounced yet. The mind of Hitler isn't isolated to some portion of the world anymore. It now
Good, Brock.
Hitler is everywhere, far more clever than you can imagine, evolved, and sleeping in your bed. It's easy to say that's impossible. Once upon a time, 70 million Germans adored him. Once upon a time, Hitler was named Man of the Year by Time magazine. You've been fooled by the satanic machine. Please don't try to get inside to the mind of Freemasonry. It's like trying to understand Satan himself. You can't, and you don't want to. Freemasons will make friends with their most hated enemies. They will cross-dress their morals to move closer to their goal. They'll make the English language void of any meaning by turning everything inside out and upside down to camouflage its objectives. They will simultaneously create charities along with the greatest machines to ever destroy the hearts of men, like pornography. They will sell their souls to gain the world. They are a dichotomy, a paradox, a lie that loves to speak the truth and a truth that loves to lie. They are a snake eating their own tail, consuming what they produce. Freemasonry is hell dressed as heaven, death dressed as life. Its God is an angel of darkness dressed as an angel of light, and 90% of its membership is a shield lost in its symbolism. Freemasonry has become the ally and the opposition. Who are the biggest voices on so-called climate change in recent years? Which is more order out of chaos? Al Gore, a Freemason. And Greta Thunberg.
Okay, so they were showing a picture, but our computer is actually shut down.
Freemason
Like
and
it's
former
blacked
Russian
out, but it's still
President
playing.
Mikhail
Yeah, it didn't show the picture.
96.
Yeah, you guys, so the pizza delivery,
Yes.
and then all of a sudden the
The whole
computer shut
world
down, but somehow the video is still
control
playing the
what
voice.
the Gospels say. Freemasonry controls the opposition with both popular conspiracy theorists Alex Jones and David Icke, both banned, yet both secretly Freemasons, who will lead you in every direction except into the arms of the ultimate power of the Gospels. Every noteworthy religion is comfortably caught in the Masonic net because they all stem from a lie.
It's so
Here's the Dalai Lama with a bunch of Freemasons.
See?
He just loves hanging out with famous people. Here he's throwing up the devil's horns with Freemason Gene Simmons. But there's no way that Dalai Lama can be a Freemason, right?
Isn't that weird?
Here he is displaying the hidden hand of the
Yeah, they
Freemason.
can hear it fine.
George W. Bush, a fellow brother. That's right, the Dalai Lama is a Freemason, under an oath of silence and sworn to secrecy. Are you going to wake up now? Here he is with his students in his temple. And what's behind him? This symbol. Can you see? The pyramid with the eye on top, symbolized by a sun, which you know now is the phallus of the God of this world, shooting forth his generative light, his mystical sperm that gives life, and whose one eye transcends good and evil, both of which are just illusions of the mind. Understanding this comes by initiations, and yes, tantric initiations are used in Tibetan Buddhism. Gerald York was the Dalai Lama's emissary, his personal representative to the West, and he was personal friends with 33rd degree Freemason and Satanist Aleister Crowley, who wrote 20 essays named Aleister Crowley, The Golden Dawn, and Buddhism. And he also served as a consultant to the movie Lucifer Rising, the Dalai Lama's representative. See how the eye can also be represented by the sun, caught behind the moon in this movie poster. That's just like the Dalai Lama's logo. And here's a scene from the movie with the Masonic square and compass hidden in plain sight. Look at the symbol of Buddhism and look at the floor inside every Masonic lodge, symbolizing opposites and equilibrium, which creates life, and where evil is not what it seems, it's necessary. Why do you think the New Age author Christopher Hyatt, who writes that the Grand Vicar of Lord Lucifer is soon to be crowned Prime Minister of the world, notes
Thank you, Ali.
his appreciation of Nietzsche, the man who states that the Christian is the sick animal man, the Zohar, which is witchcraft, and Buddha. These are the people he appreciates. Why does he lump Buddha into the same basket? I'll tell you why right now. Because in his highest manifestation, the Buddha, seeing the illusionary world through the all-seeing eye, his third eye,
holding it to the TV,
if he happened to walk by, so as to stay detached from the karmic cycle.
Yeah, a little, Sean.
Whereas Jesus, knowing everything and more than the Buddha, would sacrifice himself because he was born to destroy evil, not transcend it. So tell me, who would you rather have walk by if you were being raped? A transcendental meditator or Jesus Christ? Whatever you think of me, you will have to reconcile the fact that all the leaders of the world, from Scott Morrison to the Dalai Lama, belong to the very same secret society as Adolf Hitler did, Freemasonry. The secret religion no one speaks about, for good reason, and by good, I mean very, very evil. What do you think is going on here? I've told you almost exactly what's going on. We're in a lot of trouble, because in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, and Hitler, Stalin, and Lenin combined will be child's play compared to what's just ahead. Now, here's a point-blank picture of the future and the reality of the most brutal truth from the 33rd degree Freemason Aleister Crowley's The Book of the Law. We have nothing but the outcast and the unfit. Let them die in their misery. Compassion is the vice of kings. Stamp down the wretched and the weak. This is the law of the strong. Do you see? Can you see the future yet? Now please pay attention from his other book, Magic in Theory and Practice. This is what all the degrees of initiation are for. And this is what it takes for them to create the New World Order.
Because he was a part of it.
It speaks of the initiation in the true Order of the Rosy Cross. Rosy Cross being another name for the Order of the Rosicrucians. Remember the guys that built this? Now, this is a 33rd degree Freemason speaking. It is extremely desirable that he should have attained an absolute degree of moral emancipation. That is purity of spirit and perfect understanding. I've shown you this over and over. Because the world is full of evil, they mimic the morals of nature because they are the true morals of the true God of this world. That's purity to them. That's true honesty and perfect understanding. Evil is good. That's the moral emancipation he's speaking of. Now watch this and brace yourself, because this is the future. There is a magical operation of maximum importance, the initiation of a new eon. When it becomes necessary to utter a word, the whole planet must be bathed in blood. This bloody sacrifice is the critical point of the world ceremony of the proclamation of Horus, the crowned and conquering child, as Lord of the Eon. I've shown you that secret societies participate in the science of blood rituals. Well, this is what it climaxes into, a massive blood ritual in the name of the new Eon, the new age, which revolves around a divine plan not of this world, as confessed by all of them. You are not who you think you are. You are not where you think you are. Do you see it? Can you fathom? And what blood means in this world? So much more than what you may have known before now. Blood sacrifice is of the utmost importance. Beings in the other realm require, desire. We can't fully understand it. But do you see how the blood sacrifice of Jesus Christ takes on a whole new meaning now?
Oh my God. I just saw what that is.
Because of it, the good guy really does win in the end.
Looks like he's holding
You either
on.
fall under the blood of the world or under the blood of him. There is no middle ground.
Yeah, you guys, the
Blood is like the
so you're hearing them, but I linked the TV with it, so the
full
sound is off. But
from the legal ownership
did
of
I
the
just see
ruler of
that?
this world.
Yeah, the dress is a leader.
Now you can begin to understand why they hate him so much.
It looks like Mickey's.
Because that's why he was born into the world of flesh, to produce blood of his very own.
Oh, wow.
Not by means of perishable things were you set free once and for all,
That's
by the
horrible.
payment of ransom money, but by costly blood, by the one who was visibly manifested at the closing years of the times, for your sake. That is the truth. Do you think it's just a coincidence that this is the last age before the long planned for new order of the ages? That's ages, plural. That means forever. That's the plan. That's why the Gospels say that he was visibly manifested at the closing years of the times, at the end of this last age.
Okay.
In the book 1984, George Orwell told us, if you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. I've shown you that this so-called new age is in actuality a new satanic age. And it's not really new at all. It's very old indeed, it's ancient. But like I said, its progress was derailed by the appearance of Jesus on the human scene. Now I'll prove to you that the New Age is an old religion. Novus Ordo Seclorum is part of a quotation taken from the Roman pagan philosopher Virgil's fourth eclogue, which was borrowed by him from the Sibylline records, which were ancient prophecies delivered by an oracle through witchcraft or divination. That's where the phrase Novus Ordo Seclorum comes from. Now look at what the full phrase actually says. A mighty order of ages is born anew. Both the prophetic virgin and Saturnian kingdoms now return. Now a new progeny is led down from the lofty heavens. Favor, chaste Lucina, the boy soon to be born, in whom the iron age shall come to an end, and the golden one shall arise in the whole earth. We've just been told that the new age is a Saturnian kingdom, which returns. So it's been here before. Next, we see that a new progeny, meaning a new seed, a new race, there's that race again, is coming to earth. And that a boy will be born who will bring the iron age, which is the age we're currently in, to an end. And that the golden age, the new age about to begin, will again arise over the whole world. Now, what is the Saturnian kingdom? Well, for starters, this is a band called Saturnian Mist. And here on that front cover, we have a reference to magic. Then we see by the singer's shirt, they're Satanists. Then with his other shirt, we see the connection once again between the inverted pentagram of Satanism and the one-eye Freemasonry, the secret religion of the who's who of.
Okay, there is probably 45 minutes of that left, but I'm going to download this video to my channel. I'll download it without my commentary, so it'll be there should you guys want to watch it through without hearing me in the background. I'll get that done sometime in the next couple days. But because the picture's not, it's just been shitty, I think I should, I emailed you the emails, right? You get the idea. So I want to get into our correspondence and show you some emails between him and I. Since you guys, some of you stuck it out for over 5 hours and everything's messing up, you pretty much get the gist of things. And then you will have to go over some of Isaac Cappy's videos too, which is on my Totally Blunt channel, but I'll do them over here too. And again, okay, so let's show you some things. Should we try and reboot the computer or no? No, I'm gonna have to show it to you from using Mr.'s phone instead of pulling it up on the screen. But okay, hold on. Okay. So first, let me show you the pictures again. I just want to show you again. Let's go to this camera settings. I'm sorry that it has to be like this, but this is life. Okay. So again, this is Jody Sue's baby daddy, Baltimore, Andy, Andrew. You hear Candus speak about him. Jody Sue says they all shared dogs. Jody Sue says him and Don came home same time of the day. Okay. Export. Okay. Now, really quick. So me and him, we were talking a few times back and forth about, it wasn't all about specifically Summer Wells, but you can see, I don't know why the emails are like this.
It's weird.
Okay, so everything is fucking up tonight, apparently.
Yes,
So I sent him an email. I said, something is definitely up with this. Well, okay, hold on. Shoot. Okay, hold on. How can we do this? Okay, I'm just going to read it because there's a lot of personal information here and I don't want, I said to him, something is definitely up with this. I knew as so. Okay, so I said, as the neighbor's husband is part of that, the Freemasons. I sent him pictures. I said, I just had to reach out to you. I sure appreciate the response, my friend. I hope that you are doing well also. I said there's talk of mom and dad selling Summer. And I said, I do feel in my heart she's been sold for some sick stuff. I said, I'll bear you what it is I believe, because I know he's been dealing with like a lot, right? And I said, if you Google Summer Wells, you see her parents on the interviews and how, okay, so this is my response actually to his last email. So he hasn't responded actually to this email yet. But I gave him some links and told him certain interviews to Google. So, and okay, so I was reading them. Okay, that was my response to his Summer Wells email. I'm reading them out of order. All right, so I'll kind of just go over. His first email. I don't know why it shows like this on his phone. Make sure nothing's showing. But well, you guys probably can't see it that well. Oh, that's my phone. Okay, it says, Dearest Cher, thanks for your wonder-filled words and sentiments. They mean very much to me. Thank you also for understanding my reluctance in accepting any interview requests at this time. Which, I wasn't even thinking when I asked him for an interview. But the thing is he didn't tell me no. He just said, like, hey, Cher, like, clearly I can't do that right now. Here. I'm trying. Got my dinner plate. Okay. Is that kind of blurry? What I'll do is I'm going to read them to you and then I will post them in a community post, okay? So he said, thank you for understanding my reluctance in accepting an interview request at this time. I really have laid it all out on the table and painstakingly attempted to lead the viewer from the shallow end to the deep, climaxing into the truth, Jesus Christ and the secret war that has been waged on him since before his crucifixion. I really don't know what more I could say. I am spending my time with my heart and my mind buried inside the Gospels, with a heart inclined toward holiness, waging relentless war on sin and fighting the enemy on the real turf upon which it is truly raging, the spirit realm. With this, I am responding to emails from those who seek further guidance, of which I hope and pray and lead them to the narrow road. Few there will be who find it. Thank you for extending me your hand in friendship. Once again, this means so much to me and says so much about your heart. I am always here for you, God willing. If you ever want to reach out to me again, in the meantime, let us continue to bend every effort in keeping the eyes and ears of our hearts fixed to the heavens and on the heavenly things. For our liberation from this exile is near. I love you dearly, Cher, and earnestly hope that we shall rejoice together one glorious day at the wedding banquet. God, love, and Jesus wins. Altiyan. Very sweet man. Very sweet. And so we have continued touch. So then there was a couple more emails. So then I'll show you here too. I emailed him. I was like, okay, I want to bring up Summer to him because he can keep his eyes open. So I sent a bunch of things. I sent, her Amber Alert picture, some news articles. I sent him pictures of Jody Sue and Baltimore, her baby daddy, whatever. And oh yeah, so I sent him all of those pictures. I sent him Baltimore. I sent him, you see, there's Jody Sue's. And I think that's even Jody Sue's eye in there. That's, oh, there we go. More of them. So I'm sending him these these things about Summer. And he said, oh, that's what I wrote him. Huh. Okay, I'm trying not to show his personal information. Okay, here we go. So after I sent him that stuff and pictures and told him about Baltimore and Jody Sue, he said, "Dear Cher, wow, I am blown away at what you have discovered. This must have taken some effort. Well done, caring soul. Please know that all of Freemasonry leads one to moral emancipation, and the Bible of Freemasonry is nature, which teaches the candidate that anything goes and all is allowed. So no, you are certainly not crazy to have suspicions regarding the Masonic neighbor of the missing girl. Lastly, pedophilia is the sweetest of the forbidden fruits to the Freemasons who have reached this moral emancipation. Children are also the most potent sacrifice for the spirit beings. Children are the most potent sacrifice for the spirit beings that surround us. I'm deeply sorry to have to say that, and I believe you. I don't know about this energy stuff, but I do know the Lord, and He may be with you on this road you travel. God love, Altiyan." So, I mean, it's right there. I'll read that again, and I'm going to post this in a community post. Yeah, so that's who bothers him. I sent a few people to him, and this is the email he responded with. I did reply to this one, and I'm currently waiting on a response. It does take him, several days. The last time it took him about 2 weeks to reply back to me. Sometimes we reply back fairly quickly, back and forth, but we'll give it time. I know he'll get back to me. I hate bothering him with this stuff, but I wanted to put feelers out where I could and get Summer's name out in more, as many places as we can, right? So I didn't think it would hurt anything to put the feelers out into Atlan's world. I'm just gonna call him Al because I can't say his name. But again, he says, "Dear Cher, I am blown away at what you have discovered. This must have taken some effort." Well, this was actually effort from a lot of people. I know Enchanted Life Path has thought this. Miss Reverend Donna has thought this. A lot of people, many people have thought this. Well done, caring soul. Please know that all of Freemasonry leads to moral emancipation, and the Bible of Freemasonry is nature, which teaches the candidate that anything goes and all is allowed. So, no, you are certainly not crazy to have suspicions regarding the Masonic neighbor of the missing girl, being Jody Sue's baby daddy. Lastly, pedophilia is the sweetest of the forbidden fruits to the Freemasons who have reached this moral emancipation. Children are also the most potent sacrifice for the spirit beings that surround us. I'm deeply sorry to have to say that, and I believe you. So, again, let me show you. This is Jody Sue's baby daddy. This is Baltimore. I don't know how you spell it. Andy. Okay. Candus's and Don's neighbor. Candus's friends. Don said Candus picked the wrong kinds of friends, right? Don said when his neighbor was outside when he got home, he just knew Summer was gone, right? He said that, right? Candus's buddies, right? Now, Don is Seventh-day Adventist. Is Candus, is she possibly Freemason? Or at least tied to them somehow? Does Candus know more? Does Jody Sue know more? Why was she in the creek trying to hide her scent from dogs that would come up there? Why was she doing that? Is this a subliminal sign? When Don saw his neighbor, was it Jody Sue outside that he saw? Was it Baltimore outside that he saw? Who was that? And he just knew Summer was gone, and Candus picks the wrong types of friends, right? Wasn't she just defending this guy right here? Wasn't she just defending him? Just like 2 days ago? Talking about him? They shared the dogs, right? Jody Sue even said that. We share pups. Candus told Chris McDonough, I share pups with the neighbors across the creek. That's Jody Sue and Andrew. They share puppies. They share dogs. They both take ownership over the same dogs. So, like, what am I supposed to think? When somebody who is a celebrity, who has rubbed elbows with these kinds of people, who has been a part of this and is speaking out, when he is saying this kind of stuff and teaching us this kind of stuff. Some of y'all stayed through 5 hours of hearing what he all says and points out and shows. And again, I'll download that video without my commentary. Give me a couple days, but I'll share it out when I do that. I'll just download it to my channel or playlist or something for y'all. And I will post the email with the pictures of what I sent to him. It's right there. If anyone would like to take this and use it and share it, I do think it's an important clue. It's been in our faces the entire time. Candus can't keep her story straight. Was she outside or inside? Was Summer downstairs in the basement playing with toys? Or does she wish she ran out of the house and walked out of the house with Summer? Don says being outside was Summer's biggest downfall. Candus says the door was unlocked. Candus says she was downstairs, Summer was downstairs playing toys, and she went in there looking and Summer was gone. But then she says, and has told news people, she wished she would have walked outside with Summer. Like I said, I think the truth has been in front of our faces the whole time, but there's been people fucking with us and causing all of these big distractions, right? But why? Who are we protecting? Who does the Sandman work for? Make sure you guys can take this. I'll community post it, share it out, get this out there, because I think it's important. While the creators are hating on each other and not really looking for answers, I'm actually trying to do everything I can to figure out where is Summer, what could have happened to her. Right now, I'm looking at Candus and Andy and Jody Sue. And with that, I'm going to end it. I love you all. Again, check the community posts. I will post the emails so you can see. I mean, I tagged him in this. I wouldn't lie. I talked to him. There's no reason to lie about it. Although he's not really a celebrity anymore, but there's reasons why for that. It doesn't even matter that he's a celebrity. It just, that should help you guys to know. He's rubbed elbows, like he knows. He just spent 5 hours schooling everybody. I'll read it one more time and I'm going to end this. Wow, I am blown away at what you guys have discovered. This must have taken some effort. Well done, caring soul. Please know that all of Freemasonry leads to one moral emancipation and the Bible of Freemasonry in nature, which teaches the candidate that anything goes and all is allowed. So no, you are certainly not crazy to have suspicions regarding the Masonic neighbor of the missing little girl. Lastly, pedophilia is the sweetest of forbidden fruits to the Freemasons who have reached this moral emancipation. Children are also the most potent sacrifice for the spirit beings that surround us. I'm deeply sorry to have to say that, and I believe you. So Jody Sue and Baltimore were out there. Which one was it when Don pulled up? Was it Jody Sue and Baltimore? Don said he knew when he saw the neighbor out there. He never said what neighbor. We thought it was Frank Light. We thought maybe it was the other Don. Was it Jody Sue and Baltimore? Just knew Summer was gone because he knew what kind of sick shit they were into. Jody Sue talking about fresh babies, smothering babies with pillows if they have something wrong with them, as well as walking the creek the night Summer went missing, saying she saw the kids outside. Right? Walking the creek so my scent wouldn't be tracked, she said, right? So y'all take and clip what you want because this is important. In my opinion, this is important. This is something here. That's in my opinion, this is something. So much love, everyone. Thanks for listening. This is probably my longest live, I think. Yeah. But if any of you creators want to take any of this and use it, please get it out there. At least share little bits that stand out to you of him and his message, or even when I put the email out there, if you guys want to share that around with the pictures, or if you would, if you don't want to, that's okay too. But it certainly, to me, it's a clue. And there's a reason why we all wonder, why is there productions? Why is there scripts? Why is there money flowing to people to do bad things? Who are we protecting? Who does the Sandman work for? This kind of adding up, no? What do you think?
There's definitely raised a lot of questions.
Yeah. We do agree, yeah. All right, y'all. It is bedtime for us, but I love you guys, and I'll be back on tomorrow sometime for the Housewives drama episode. Any final words, baby?
Love ya. And my balls are okay.
All right, love y'all. Thanks for hanging. Have a good night.